All right, good morning, everyone. Today is, Today's May 29th, 2019. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority in Albany, New York. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford will be joining us shortly, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, Counsel's Office, Associate Attorney Schering, myself, Secretary of the Authority Donahue, and also our Director of Internal Audit, Adam Roberts. The next meetings of the authority will be June 12th, June 26th, then there is a 3-week gap until July 17th, and then July 31st. We're anticipating that all those meetings will be here in Albany. All right, if you have a cell phone, please silence it, and if you can take a call, please take it outside. We call items first in Buffalo, then in Albany, and then in New York City. If there are any items in Albany that we expect appearances in New York City, which as of right now we don't, we will be holding those off until 11 o'clock. We do have a public hearing scheduled on some proposed rules that will commence at 11 o'clock when we join in with New York City. With that, Chairman, do you have anything else before we get going?
No, I do just want to clarify that the reason, as most of you know, that the hearings are being held here is because of construction in New York City. That construction, we're being told, is supposed to end, or supposed to be complete for our hearing room on Labor Day. So fingers crossed that by the fall we're in our new place in New York City and we'll move the hearings back there.
But we're not having a full board meeting on Labor Day.
No, okay. Thanks, Tom, for clarifying.
That's what I'm here for. Okay. We're going to go to Buffalo first. The first item is 1093, Axes and Ales, LLC.
Good morning. My name is Justin Giuliano. I am representing Mr. Bo Warren, who is the principal of Axes and Ales out in Rochester, and we're here to answer any questions that the board may have pertaining to this case.
Can somebody clarify the 2 times that there were parties there before you guys were licensed and what was going on?
Parties? Did you have anything going on over there?
I had a few people over for St. Patty's Day.
St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, but that was...
Hey, you got to speak up. You're talking to me.
Speak into the microphone.
On St. Patrick's Day, I had a few friends over to view the St. Patrick's Day parade. I believe that was March 15th, but I had an opening date of the 27th.
And these were private?
Correct.
And free?
I wasn't open to the public at that point. There was still construction going on in the facility. But given the parade was going right by our front window, I had a few people over to view the parade.
What are the hours going to be?
The hours of operation will be 5 to 10 during the weekdays. Tuesdays, the establishment will be closed. And then on the weekends, the hours will be 5 to midnight.
So can you also clarify, so you're the sole owner of this business?
Correct.
Who is Faux
Yep.
Durang?
Yep.
Durang.
Yep. Pooterang was an acquaintance of mine. He worked for Marby Technology, which installed my point of sale system. He is no longer with that company, and I am no longer affiliated with him.
And he was advertising for your hiring or something? Is that sort of as a favor, or he just got nosy or something?
Maybe along social media, he reposted something that I put on Instagram or Facebook. That's the only. Okay. That's all I can infer from that.
Okay.
And you're going to allow people to drink before they're throwing these axes?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And who's going to monitor that?
Mr. Warren would actually be monitoring that along with his staff. We'd also like to note that there are other establishments. This is not the first of its kind. There's one located in Buffalo.
I'm aware of that, but I don't know that we've, and correct me if I'm wrong, have we ever, I recall licensing one, but the licensee said they weren't going to drink before they threw axes.
It's consistent with what you said. There's a few of these places that we've licensed. There's been a high level of security. There's always one person present with people who are throwing. They are strictly monitoring if they've had anything before. There's nothing during, and then they have cocktails or whatever after.
So are they serving drinks before to the participants?
I don't recall that being a restriction, but they do monitor the people if what they've had prior to. If they feel there's any risk, they will not allow them to participate in that.
And how are you going to monitor how many drinks they've had?
We have a bartender who is tip certified, which keeps an eye on them.
That's how we monitor places without axes.
Yeah.
How do we monitor places with axes?
So we have multiple sets of eyes on people.
What's multiple? How many?
3 to 4. That's me working as a floor manager. There's the WATL coach who's working with the people, and as well as the bartender who has full eyes on the entire facility as well.
Also,
And how many people does this place hold?
I believe the maximum occupancy is 145, but I'm pretty much maxed out at 30 people, considering the 3 lanes that I do have.
30 people throwing axes.
Yeah, so maybe at the very most, 3 groups of 12 or 3 groups of 14.
You have 3 groups of 12 in the alleyway throwing axes at one time?
No, 3 separate lanes.
Right,
so
but each lane can hold 12 people?
Correct. Lane consists of 2 different targets, 2 boards, so it's pretty wide.
Did we do anything that big?
No, there were small groups.
Well, Bad Axe is bigger than
yeah, there's an establishment in Rochester by the name of Bad Axes, and I ended up going on their website last night, and they are actually booking parties of 15 people at a time.
I'm not questioning how many people are in the place, but I don't know that we've ever heard that there were going to be 12 people in the area at a time where the axes are being thrown.
Well, there's the divider.
So,
Are they separate groups or just like kind of lanes like bowling alleys?
Correct. It's like think of a bowling alley. So there's only one person per lane at all times. There's a divider behind them, which separates the people who are not participating with the 1 to 2 people that are participating.
And how wide are the lanes?
That's a great question. Should be.
we actually have a diagram we can refer to if you don't mind. You know, the premise
You
is.
don't know how wide the lanes are?
No, not off the top of my head.
I mean, roughly.
Roughly, so boards are about 4 feet across. Add 2 feet on each side.
So that's 8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 feet wide, give or take.
And what's the divider made of behind them?
Chain link fence and wood.
You know, and the premise is similar to bowling, where only one individual at a time can actually throw an axe, even though there may be 12 people within the party. Only one individual at a time can throw an axe. So it's not as though multiple people at one time will be throwing axes at a singular board. Also, Mr. Warren will have security checking IDs at the door, so he'll be able to. The security will be able to monitor people that are coming in or trying to get in that may have come from another establishment that may be.
How many?
At the bar, or I'm sorry, at the door itself, he'll have one individual.
Overall, how many security in the place?
I'll have security from 9 to 12 on the weekends.
How many people?
I'll have two persons, one at the door. 2.
He'll have 2, one at the door, and then 1 walking the premises, keeping an eye on people and making sure that people are responsibly enjoying the establishment.
So you have security. You have 2 security guards only on the weekends.
Correct.
And what's in your building? Is that residential above you, or is it all commercial?
It's all commercial. There's offices and other businesses on the first floor.
And what's the
Above-
music situation?
Speakers just played off of like Spotify, like an iPhone.
So background music only?
Correct.
You don't have DJ equipment or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
There's also no liquor being served at this establishment, simply beer and wine.
He did do that. I think the application says you're limiting pre-axe throwing to 2 drinks per person, right? Did I read that right?
Maybe. Yeah. Well, I did not fill out the application. I had my lawyer do it.
Yeah, but you signed it.
Correct.
Like when you get a mortgage for your house, the lawyer does that. You sign it. You don't read how much you're paying.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, then that doesn't really get me a great deal of comfort.
I mean, we plan on having wristbands for people over the age of 21, and the bartender would monitor those certain people.
As well as security as they're walking
Correct.
the premises.
It actually says 2 drink minimum. It doesn't say 2 drink maximum.
What page?
This is page 15 of the application.
Consumption, 2 drink minimum for any participant.
I think that's a typo because I wrote that.
So you're going to actually demand that they drink 2 drinks before they throw axes?
I'm reading what you're seeing right now. That's actually a typo. So 2 drink minimum or maximum for participants, and once they're done with their party and they're done throwing the axes,
So that was why I asked you, how are you tracking that?
through the axe coach who is right next to these people at all times, through me who is monitoring and working the floor, as well as the bartender. So there's, like I said, there's 3 different sets of eyes on you at all times.
Yeah, but you're gonna remember out of even 40 people how many drinks these people have had?
Absolutely. The expert, the WATL certified coach, is supervising those 12 people at all times.
So are you actually correcting this application to say 2 drink maximum for any participant?
We can do that, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Is it 2 drink maximum for the entire stay in your establishment, or just before throwing?
During the throwing.
Before and during.
Yeah.
So for any one person in your establishment, any given day, you're only going to serve 2 drinks total.
Well, no, they can hang out afterwards at the bar.
Correct.
That is correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what we have done, and that's my understanding of what we've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
After, yes, well, it is open.
I mean, I don't, like whatever you do, like not everybody that comes in has to throw axes.
Okay, so 2 drinks maximum for any participant before and during throwing,
Right.
and then
That is
the minute
correct.
afterwards.
Yeah, that is
and
correct.
people can walk in just to drink.
Yeah.
That is correct. And as Mr. Warren stated, these groups of people who will be throwing, they are going to be under supervision of an axe throwing coach. At which point in time he'll be monitoring the consumption during the activities, and then if he himself feels as though somebody may not necessarily be up to throwing due to overconsumption, that coach would then dismiss that person from the activity and would not allow them to throw axes.
It is in the waiver that they sign as well,
And they're also they're also signing waivers.
which requires me to check their IDs as well. So there's
Yeah.
2 sets of checking IDs.
Mr. Warren has invested a lot of money in getting this up and running. I assure you, he will be protecting his interest because this is going to be his livelihood.
You want to know why this concerns me? Because I pulled up a YouTube video that has nothing to do with your bar of somebody doing this, and the person didn't let go of the axe and it hit the floor and almost took her head off.
I saw that. Yes. Yeah, I've seen that.
So
that was,
you can run the tightest ship in America,
yeah.
but I don't know that it matters.
Well, they had rubber mats on the floor, and that's a huge no-no in the industry.
I think the industry's a huge no-no.
Are you ready to?
Yes.
I'll tell you, it's on the rise. I mean, you can see it on.
Hold on for a second. The members are ready to vote. Commissioner Fan.
This activity's on the rise.
Hold
You
on
can see
for a
it on
second.
ESPN.
Mr. Giuliano.
Yes.
Quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Be quiet.
All right. With 2 security guards on the weekends, I'm going to require between 5 and midnight. Background music only. Closing hours at 10 between Sunday and Thursday, midnight on Friday and Saturday. I vote to approve.
Chairman Grab.
How is the food? Did you look at their food? Is that enough?
It's light, put it that way.
So
It's very
I
light.
am
As
voting
far as-
violations.
you're going to have to jack up your menu. I thought it was light too, but I just talked to the expert and she agrees with me.
And when we call it the fair minimum, that's about what you have.
Yeah, so you're going to have to add something to that, but I'm not going to hold it up for this, so I'll let you decide what that is.
All right.
And then I'll vote to approve on the same ground.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next item in Buffalo, 1073, Jahan Eyal Bahad. Hope you messed that with.
I need everyone to state their name for the record.
So to the left of me, this is Jahan. This is the licensee. And to her left is Ali, who is her husband, who is here to assist in translation.
And who also has had multiple licenses and many of them canceled.
I'm sorry. The husband or Jahan?
The husband.
There were. He has held a few. Yes.
And now he's loaning her the money or he's in the joint account where the money for this one came from.
That is correct. Yes.
Don't see that as a problem.
Well, Jahan, their husband and wife, they do share an account. Jahan does have an interest in another market, grocery store here in New York, but the primary breadwinner is Mr. Ali, so he has had to assist Jahan in getting this store up and running.
But that's my point. Every time we've given him a license, he's violated the law. Now, I realize you're now telling us to give it to his wife, but I don't see the difference when the money's coming from the same place. And you just acknowledged he helped her get it up and running.
I do understand the concern. We can provide an affidavit stating that Ali will have nothing to do with the daily operations of the store. Unfortunately, like I said, with Ali being the primary breadwinner up until this point, that was the only option Jahan had available to her to get this up and running. Couldn't get a loan because she doesn't have the prior or the work experience in order to be able to withdraw or file for a loan. This store
I
has
know,
been.
this whole thing, every word you just came out of your mouth that makes this thing sound like a facade. She's basically getting a license for him.
That is
Well,
not.
we wouldn't
that's
be
not
giving him
true.
one, and you know it.
I'm sorry.
We wouldn't be giving him one, and you know it.
Based on the history, I understand.
Well, so how am I going to give her one when you're acknowledging, one, she has no experience, and that he's helped her set up the store?
Well, Jahan, over the years, since she filed for Yusuf Market, has been working in Yusuf Market the last couple of years. So she has actually gained that experience in running a grocery store.
You kind of left that out of the personal question here.
I don't believe we did. I did put that she filed for Yusuf Market.
A lot of toilet paper. All right, I'm ready. Unless you have a question.
No. I'm gonna vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny too. I mean, the representations you've just made have made it clear to me that he has an interest in this. The joint bank account indicates to me he has an interest in this. And then the pictures make me concerned that it's not even a store because of the lack of products on the shelf. So I'm going to vote to deny.
All right, the next item in Buffalo, 1074, Genesee Liquor, Wine, and Spirits.
Please state your name for the record.
Robert Cannon.
Is there any objectors there, Michelle?
There's no opposition present.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Cannon,
Yes.
why don't you go ahead and explain to the members why they should approve your application?
I am a businessman in Rochester. Been one for a while. I've been interested in a liquor business for a while, and I believe I can serve the Rochester area pretty neatly if I am granted one.
Is this store bulletproof?
No, sir. It's not bulletproof to my knowledge as of
To your knowledge. You've been in it, right?
yes, sir, I have.
So the customers can come in and grab bottles off the shelves themselves?
Well, no, sir, they won't be able to because I had the understanding that I wasn't to actually put anything in of that sort until I...
No, you're misunderstanding. I mean, should you get licensed, they're going to be able to come and take the stuff off the shelves themselves.
No, sir, they won't.
Why not?
Because I'm going to have everything behind the counters.
Are you protected behind the counter?
I will be protected, yes.
By bulletproof glass?
By bulletproof glass, yes.
That's not the diagram.
Yeah, the diagram is totally different. The diagram shows
Open store.
rows of retail display, and it appears the patrons can walk up to that. If the point of sale is behind bulletproof, it's different, but they can clearly, based on the diagram.
Okay, I had the understanding that I would be able to do that after or if I was granted a license.
Do what? Put the bulletproof glass up?
Get approval to put it up, and to do that I would have to, I guess, do another redesign with you all.
Who told you that?
The gentleman that actually helped me fill the application.
What was his name? Sereno?
Yes, Mr. Sereno.
So he told you to apply as an open store and then close it after we gave you the license?
Well, no, he was saying that if I wanted to do that, I could do it.
Well, did he give you a reason why you shouldn't do it now?
Because he said the area that I'm in, it doesn't seem to need maybe as much protection as other areas. And I sort of agree with him because it's like in a little better area than, I want to say a little better, but a different part of the city.
We canceled the closest store. Theodis Ray Daniel.
Yeah.
Why a liquor store?
It was just a dream of mine that, well, I shouldn't say that because for the last maybe 8-9 years I've been thinking of maybe trying one and see if I could serve the people maybe something that some of the other liquor stores around the neighborhood didn't have.
And you've applied twice before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are you going to keep driving the cab or no?
I'm going to limit that until I get this rolling.
But once you get this rolling, who's going to run it?
I will be able to find a responsible person, perhaps someone in my family that, may be actually really responsible like myself. But that would be a minute because I would like to take the opportunity to make sure it's up and running.
Who's Yolanda?
I'm sorry?
Who's Yolanda?
She was a friend.
She was a friend?
Yes.
Is she going to work at the store?
She still is a friend. She just won't be associated with the store.
She's not associated with the store?
She probably won't be in the future because I'm going to promote most of my time there now. And there's a grocery store next door, actually, that I'm going to just let her run the grocery store.
You own the grocery store?
Yes, sir.
Is it licensed?
The application is in, but it's not licensed.
Do we have that on?
No,
Would that be on this stuff?
on here, since it was done after this was reviewed.
So are you going to bulletproof the store after the fact or not?
Am I going to move the liquor store? I'm not thinking I am because I've, preserved the area there, and I've been,
It's
looking
a yes
at
or no
it.
question. Is it yes or no?
No, I
Are you
won't.
going to bulletproof the store after the fact?
No, I would not.
I don't have an application on file yet, doesn't mean we have not received it.
Okay.
And yes, we did cancel the car license after.
Good, and you deny reconsideration
On what?
on that cancellation.
Okay, I'm ready.
We ready to vote then? Commissioner Fan.
Yes.
Only because the closest store was canceled and I see increases in the closest 3 stores. I'm going to vote to approve without a bulletproof formula.
And I will as well. No bullet. This should be an open store. I think because the closest store, which was 0.6 miles away, was canceled in April of this year. There is a public convenience and advantage to adding another one. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're now going to move. Ms. Shive, nothing else in Buffalo?
There's no other items signed in Buffalo.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Albany. First item is 1090, Pembroke Hospitality Inc.
Good morning, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Sana Ahmad for Pembroke Hospitality Incorporated. We come before you. Mr. Ahmad had gone before, about 15 months ago, gone before the full board. There was an unveiling that he had been charged with, admitted to. He had not understood the transfer process. We reached a settlement in the amount of $6,000 with the board. He paid the settlement. It was understood at the time that he could proceed with the application, and he did, and it was summarily rejected. I'm hoping that could be attributed to a inconsistency or not, basically the examiners not understanding the agreement that had been settled with conditional no contest plea that had been settled. Obviously, he would have just canceled the bond for a $1,000 penalty if he would.
So after he agreed to the $6,000 penalty on 4/4/18, he filed
He filed, it was a corporate change.
So he
He
filed a
rejected the
corporate change after that. But after 4/4/18, did he continue selling alcohol?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, I came to, I asked the authority, what do we do here? And was advised to just reapply. And that's what we've done.
So after 4/4, he did not continue selling until, I mean, he hasn't. He's
No,
still not.
he hasn't had alcohol in there in 15 months.
All right.
He has a POS, he has a scanning system installed already. I spoke to the owner of the scanning company yesterday. No sales will be done unless they're approved by that scanning system.
Okay. I'm ready.
You to vote? Commissioner Fan.
I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yep.
Next item, in Albany, is 1053, Maurice Designs, Inc.
Robert Romano is submitting a conditional no contest plea of $1,000. This is for.
I will accept.
Accept.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next item, also in Albany, is 1128, Standard at HV LLC.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. and
Hold 1
everybody.
second. What was the number?
It is 1128.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners, and everyone else here.
I'm sorry, you have to speak up a little bit.
Sure, I said good morning to everybody. And my name is Mitchell Siegel, and I represent the Standard at HV LLC. Serial number, our applicant serial number 1316264. It appears,
Just know who's with you today.
I'm sorry, this is Stephen Squatero, one of the principals of the Standard at HV.
I hate to say it, it says here you're 22
Yeah.
years old.
I wish. 48.
Yeah, that's a typo.
No, that was
How
not,
old are you?
Miss Fan,
That was one of the
from,
problems.
that was from me. That was from me.
48?
48.
Yeah, that was one of my main questions. Why we? All right, go
We
ahead.
want to know your secret.
Is that
So,
a typo from us though, or that?
Yes, a typo.
No. Okay, go ahead.
So it appears that the authority denied this applicant due to a past history where a license was revoked.
No, there's been no denial of anything.
Well, we were told we are here for purposes of, we were told that the application is either held up or denied.
No, it's before the members, because the prior license at this location was canceled.
And is it 500 foot or no?
Yes, it is.
Public interest.
Okay. And there's 22 bars within 500 feet. So.
Okay. So
nobody denied anything. It just ended up here.
okay, that's fine. So as far as the prior operator, there's no connection with my clients and the prior operator. In addition to that fact, I believe the board had decided, based on letters that the landlord submitted at the time of the revocation, to modify and remove the 2-year prescription penalty, and we have a copy of a letter.
No, we did do that. But my question is, does your lease with the landlord have a clause regarding bad conduct?
Yeah, he was very specific about our type of restaurant we can operate.
Yes.
No DJ, no dancing, no nightclubs.
And what's the standard at North Shore that you what do you manage that?
I own that as well.
And what is that?
That's a catering facility. And
It's
then I
a
have
what?
one in catering.
Applicant has, Mr. Squatero is part of two license holders. One is the Standard at North Shore, which is a catering facility and a synagogue, as well as the Piermont, which is a catering facility also located in Long Island, and there's been no disciplinary history related to
The Brooklyn
this.
license is 2018.
So who are your partners?
My investors are Manoj Narang, Gupta,
Let's see the name.
and
Manoj Narang. It's the same.
Cal Capone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're always your investors in all
they're
your
my
Yes.
investors
ventures?
in my organization. Correct.
Oh, and the other two places too.
Yes.
Yes.
And
we all
what's
own it.
the,
Yeah,
what's
we
the,
own the property in the other ones.
you own the property, any other way?
In
Do
Pier
you own
Market.
this property?
No, this is a lease.
So what's the breakdown of the ownership of among the four of you?
It's evenly split.
Okay. What are your hours?
There will be 12 to 12.
It's easy enough.
7 days?
Are there
I'm sorry?
doors?
7 days a week?
Probably a little earlier, but we're new to the area, so I don't know what the market
Are there window and doors that open?
I'm sorry?
Are there French
Yes,
doors?
the French goes in the front of the building.
And is there residential on your street?
There is, the owner of the building lives above the building, and I believe there's an office up there as well.
The street's primarily retail on the ground floor. It's a very busy street in the town of Huntington. There's a theater, a musical theater across the street, several different types of restaurants, as well as retail stores, jewelry, flower shops, etc. On the second floors and up, there is some residential in some of the buildings as well as commercial.
And it's a regular restaurant, so you don't have security guards?
That's correct. No
That's
security.
correct. It's a regular restaurant.
All right.
You ready to vote?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fan.
With no security guards, one manager,
Two.
two managers, midnight across the board, close all French doors and windows and regular doors by 10 p.m. I vote to approve.
Can I just ask, would it be okay to stay open later past midnight? If
You mean the window, or you mean just in general?
Just in general.
What do you want?
What do you want?
Two?
Yeah.
Well, the lease for Sunday through Thursday says 1 a.m.
Yeah. And Friday and Saturday?
Says 2.
All right, so whatever the lease, I'll go commensurate with the lease.
1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m.
Thank you very much.
You good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And doors, too.
Do I need to start from the top, Tom? Let me just
I
start.
got it.
You got it.
No security guard, two managers, 2 a.m. Friday to Saturday, 1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, and 10 p.m. for the windows and doors.
And what's the time frame when I would see a license?
Talking
You have a
about
fair amount of conditions that need to be met. We'll be sending out a letter.
Conditional approval.
And about how long will that you think that'll take?
Well, how long will it take you to get the conditions?
I haven't.
As soon as you send
We
it,
have
We're ready to
that.
go. We have everything.
We're ready to go.
We're ready
So
to meet all
you'll be
conditions.
open this weekend if you send them in tomorrow.
If you have conditions, you need to go upstairs and drop them off, and then back to them up.
I
Or
think
you
I'm
can
good.
wait for the letter and send them all at once.
Would we be able to go upstairs because we're a little behind the 8 ball? We can go up? You
Yeah.
guys okay with that?
Yeah.
So, yes, ask for Amy Lynn, and tell her I sent you.
And, I'm sorry, the
Amy
name?
Lynn, and tell her I
Amy
sent
Lynn.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Next item in Albany, 1078, U.S. Gas and Food Mart, Inc. Chairman, it's my understanding that the applicant here with her husband, she needs an interpreter, but they want to proceed with your husband interpreting.
Yeah,
I mean, we can adjourn it for you to get an interpreter if you want. You just now got this like at 9:45.
Do you understand me or no?
little bit.
Do you understand me? All right.
understand,
Well, do you want to put this over, or do you want to do it? We can get you an interpreter for 2 weeks from now, or you can do it. It's up to you.
Today and if you like can like very easy by express then maybe I will.
Okay. So my understanding is they want to go forward. So why don't you put your name on the record, sir, as well?
Well, hold on. So,
Hello. Yes, my name is Rehan Usmani. I'm the representative for them.
Who are you?
Rehan Usmani.
Oh, you're the representative?
Yes.
Does she understand you? Can you speak her language?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't you make sure that whatever you say to us, you also say so she understands you.
Okay.
So this is a situation where the seller has pending felony charges, so he's selling it to his sister-in-law?
That's correct.
And initially, the seller was holding an $81,000 note, and that's not true anymore?
That's correct.
Who's loaning her the money now?
It's a company called, individual name is Safiola Gondal. He's the president
You have to
of...
speak up. I can't hear you.
His name is Safiullah Gondal, and he's the president of a company called ANI Petroleum Inc.
It's held by what Glens Falls National Bank, it says.
Is there any relation to her?
They are friends.
How much is he loaning her?
One second, I'm done.
He's looking at the paper. How much you borrowing, man?
81,000.
Just like 15, 20 minutes.
It's 81,500.
That's how much? What did she say?
Well, she understands different.
Oh, I should maybe they live over there.
But you know you have a loan that you owe money on now if this goes through.
Yeah.
And it's zero. So I'm really confused because this says 0% and then it says 10% in parentheses. So that doesn't look real to me. When you say 0 and then also 10, I'm confused by that.
What's the interest rate?
It is 10%.
Where do you see the 0? I see the 10.
Yeah, this says 10.
Right.
And then here it says 0. Under obligation.
Yeah.
Just like maybe misprinted.
I can't hear you, man.
Oh.
Go ahead, but I can't. It's louder.
It might be a typo.
Like misprinted.
Typo.
Yeah.
So it's your understanding is you're paying 10% interest?
Yes.
Who drafted this document?
I did.
Do you see that on under definitions under 1B?
Yes.
Is that a typo there?
That is a typo. Because in a promissory note, if you look at it, it indicates 10%. The lender wanted a security agreement, so I drafted and
Why
I made a
would the
mistake.
borrower be drafting the promissory note?
Because he asked me, he didn't want to hire an attorney and pay additional money.
Good luck collecting that in court if you have someone that says 0.
Then you understand that the payments are going to be $2,629 a month?
Yeah.
Until 2022.
2,263 cents. Oh, sorry. 2,200.
600.
I think that mistake.
Oh.
Where?
That's the she's financial disclosure, the promissory note tax taxes.
$63.89.
Her financial disclosure?
Yeah, it was submitted with the application.
No, this one is, yeah, that's 2.6. He's looking at the financial disclosure. Oh, I see. That's a different promissory note, though. That's with her brother-in-law. So the original one was 2,263. The one you just signed, the monthly payment is 2,629. Do you know that?
Yeah.
That's a mistake.
What do you mean it's a mistake?
I think if you do it 1,500 by 36, it's come to 22,603.
Yeah, but it's 10,000. It's 10% interest, which is going to come.
Oh. Yeah. No way. It's bad.
The original one had 0% interest.
Yeah.
Hey, Representative?
Yes.
You realize there's also another typo in the first paragraph of the promissory note.
Yes, I saw that.
What is it?
That's what you're talking about. I mean, it says 2629.
Right.
And this reads 2,263.
Yeah, which is that. And so which is it?
It's $2,629.78.
Okay, you need to read your documents when you draft something, because this looks like a hack job when you have two different ginormous typos.
Well, it is a hack job. It doesn't look like a hack job. All right.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Fan.
I gotta vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
Wait, can she just, so they can fix it, go ahead and tell us why you're voting to deny? Just so that they're going to have to reapply.
I mean, there are just a lot of problems with this promissory note. I really can't trust that anyone is actually going to collect on it.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford.
Yeah, there's just too many inconsistencies. I have other concerns as well, but I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Democrat.
I'll vote to deny. The promissory note indicates in one spot they're paying 0 interest, in another spot they're paying 10% interest. I realize this guy has to get rid of this store because he's about to plead guilty to a felony, but somebody needs to put it together a little bit better than they did here.
So can I consider it as a reconsideration? Resubmit the
You
document?
can do anything you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I would hope that you would know what to do. And if you don't, then go find out.
Thank you.
Next item, Albany 1079. 2C Winery LLC.
79?
1079.
Good morning. Lorenzo Angelino appearing for Towsey Winery LLC, along with Ben Peacock, who is one of the to-be future owners.
Okay, so I'm going to stop here.
Sure.
Jackie, how did this end up here?
Because well, for the delegation, it's been disapproved in principle, so location is disapproved in the past 2 years. So it has to be before that.
Okay. So you guys are at my farmer's market every Saturday. You're not there, but your wife is there.
That's correct, yeah. Kimberly.
Yes, and then her father is...
Ray.
And he sells the...
Honey.
Yes. And he has the beehives. My kids love the beehive.
That's correct.
So I'm ready to vote on it. I vote to approve. I vote to approve as well.
This is just correcting a misunderstanding of sorts.
Pretty much. They had applied for. They had purchased an investment property,
Yeah.
and we're going to just use it as a venue for events.
Yeah.
And somebody, another attorney that didn't really do liquor licensing, was helping them out and told them you could get a catering license for that, and they obviously didn't comply with anything for catering license, so they misunderstood.
I vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me check to see if another matter Albany. What's the name of the license?
Taste of the Catskills, UVA, Puerto Rican Cafe.
It's 1087. Let me come on up. Taste of the Catskills name.
Can you just explain to me, just on the availing part, what happened here?
Well, what happened was...
Note your name for the
okay.
sorry.
I'm Jonah Shaw from Taste of the Catskills. I've had my restaurant licensed since 2003. Last summer, we tried a different marketing approach, and we called the restaurant Goldenrod for the summer. And a friend of mine who had a lot of experience in New York City that I grew up with, he had this concept of trying to do a menu that only used ingredients that were found in Delaware County. So we kind of changed the name. We put out a lot of press releases and marketing. We were successful in getting a lot of press coverage. We don't know why there was a complaint made, but there was, and
The investigators showed up on a Friday in August when I was off-site doing a large catering job, and my friend Carver was there and answered all questions. And the following Monday, when I was back in the office, I called the investigator that had shown up, and she gave me a list of everything she wanted. And within 24 hours, I provided all those documents, bank accounts, payroll reports, everything else.
And what was the guy's name that you hired from New York? Farrell?
Yeah, Carver Farrell.
How'd you pay him?
He was not paid.
So whatever he cooked and everything, you still collected all of it?
Yeah, every
Right,
transaction.
so I'm dismissing the availing. And what? I'm trying to figure out what the bona fide is. Mark, do you know what the not bona fide is?
Not the 11.
Oh, you shut in the winter?
Yeah.
I'm going to dismiss that. All right.
All right, I'm at 500.
500. 500.
Thank you.
Good luck. Now, if you shut during the winter, you got to put it. You know that now?
Yes.
All right.
I've got some disciplinary items we can take care of while we're until 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. We're starting in New York, since we're done with Albany. And the next item, the first time in New York, is 1048. The Ranch Rest and Bar, Guyana, Inc. Someone signed in for that. All right, let's try a different number. Let's try 1088, Bronx Liquor and Wine, Inc. Is Mr. Mailer there?
Yeah. Yeah, he's coming up. Morning, Martin Mailer from Mailer Buscemi. This was a hearing, and as is rules of the members, I'm not going to argue the facts. I can't argue the facts because the facts were stipulated at the insistence of the ALJ. And then the ALJ went ahead and disregarded the stipulated facts. And as a matter of fact, in his findings, he said, I also note that at my request, counsel for the authority and the licensee submitted a joint stipulation of facts after the hearing. The stipulation is edited and is supplemented below by me based on the testimony of investigators Pope and Ms. Torres. The reason we stipulated the facts was the ALJ was somewhat confused as to what was going on, and he wanted a stipulated set of facts. For him then to disregard that stipulated set of facts is completely improper. I've cited a Court of Appeals case that's right on point.
What did he edit?
All right. He came to the conclusion, if you will, based on his own
Well, that's my point. When I read this, I found that based on the stipulated facts, he came to a conclusion.
No, but he inferred that anybody with a reasonable mind would know that because there were large orders placed, that the person placing the order must be a licensee.
But there was no testimony of that, so that would be an inference. Once again, it's not something he edited the fact to.
But
he based it on the stipulated facts and what facts were presented.
If
he
you
came
look
to a
at
conclusion.
If you look at stipulation number 7, it says quite clearly, Ms. Torres never knew that Mandingo owned a licensed nightclub until Investigator Pope told her.
He doesn't have to believe that.
He does have to believe that. That's the point. The Court of Appeals of the state of New York has said he does have to believe that. I cite it. It says where there has been it's a 1942 Court of Appeals case, where there has been a submission of a controversy based
But
upon...
Mr. Mailer, what the law says, the statute that they're prosecuted on, is in pertinent part reads, with reasonable cause to believe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there are two cases...
He found, based on the facts, there was reasonable cause to believe.
Mr. Chairman, my firm has taken two cases to the Appellate Division First Department, one called Mercer and the other called Henry Street. And in both cases, the Appellate Division stated that the authority was beyond their powers to infer things. So you're
saying that basically that portion of the statute has been found unconstitutional?
No, it hasn't been found unconstitutional. You just have to make a better case. The authority has too many gaps in this case.
How would you make a case for reasonable cause to believe if the judge can't infer from the facts that are given?
All right, you want to know what he should have done? The
No, I
investigator
don't.
should have done.
I just disagree with you. I think it's inconsistent. If you want to go and take it to the appellate division again, I'd be happy to have you do that. I'm withdrawing charge 1, sustaining 2, and I'm going to send my guys back in there and do a full-blown audit because what happened here, he should lose his license.
For what reason? For having
they're selling to liquor stores and restaurants, and it's obvious.
They're not selling to liquor stores and restaurants.
Mr. Miller, look at those. You're going to sit there and tell me, you're going to look at those receipts, and you're going to tell me that somebody for personal use paid $100,000 for alcohol in a 1-year period.
Less than a year.
But this store does
What
$18
kind of
million
parties
a
am I
year.
not getting invited to?
Excuse me?
What kind of parties is he having that I'm not getting invited to? $100,000
Chairman.
worth of alcohol.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to have any great debate over what you're inferring
Tell
as
me
well.
what he could be using $100,000 worth of alcohol for, legally.
Yeah, you know, people in today's world buy a lot of alcohol. That's just the nature of the beast.
So your argument is that he's bringing it home and drinking it.
But there's an inference. No, he could have parties. He can do all sorts of things. It doesn't necessarily mean he's a licensee. And again, I would refer you to a case I didn't cite because I didn't think I had to, but matter of Mutilab. This case has been decided twice.
The cases you cited, the amount of alcohol purchased wasn't anywhere near this amount.
That's not true. I know for a fact because I tried those cases.
Well, then you bring this to the appellate division. I'd be happy to defend it.
But, okay,
I'm at 25,000. I'm sorry, you can't go to 25. I'll do 10.
I'm at 10,000.
And dismissing one, right?
1. And if it happens again, he's done.
Commissioner?
I'll go with 10 as well.
Mr. Mayor, is the Ranch Restaurant Bar yours?
The rent? No. I mean, this has been. I didn't sign in first anyway, so I don't know how I'm here first. But 93 Lud 01045.
Mr. Mayor, hold on for a second. I have you signed in for 1048. Never mind. 1042. Here again.
That's not me.
I didn't say it was.
Okay.
Sustain 1 and sustain.
Wait, somebody's coming up for
2.
Somebody here for Steer Bend Inc.
Steer Bend Inc., yes.
Okay. State your name for the record, please.
Patrick DeLuca. I'm here as a representative for Steer Bend Inc. regarding this issue. And this is the
Licensee Paul Pasteur.
All right, sustain charge 1 and sustain charge 2. What are the hours of this place?
11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Are there any other charges pending against this licensee?
Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
We're here because Mr. Pasteur had showed up to the hearing without anyone to represent him because he wasn't aware the charges were really pertinent to his place. He's come today.
Wait. He showed up at a hearing that he didn't think related to his restaurant or bar or whatever it is?
I think we can explain that, and that's why we're here.
Why don't you try?
All right.
Okay. The letter received said on or about December 10th, an event happened in your parking lot that created a disturbance. I went down to the local precinct and asked about December 10th, a few days prior, a few days after, and they said nothing happened related to my business. So when I went to the hearing, I went there just to explain that and was caught with 20-something calls to that parking lot over the past year, and I had to explain what was going on, and I wasn't prepared to explain because the parking lot is located off of a main road that has 7 other businesses, 3 other licensees that share this parking lot, and probably 500,000 cars come in and out, and I was caught trying to explain a couple of 6 or 7 fender benders that happened in the parking lot, a couple of disturbances, an armed robbery. That was the Chinese restaurant that's in the same shopping center that has nothing to do with me. So after I got the report back from the judge, I wanted my chance
Well,
to
then
at
how
least...
do you explain that the testimony from the police officer indicated there are no other licensed premises in the immediate area?
He's wrong. His testimony was wrong. There's Ajaban Grill is located at 1610, same address. Bocce Italian Restaurant shares the same parking lot. These places are open till midnight. I happen to be open till 2 a.m. And I brought a detective from the 3rd Precinct who can explain why the parking lot, any incident that happens in the area, it comes up as my name on the parking lot.
Well, the 911 calls are not to the parking lot, they're to the licensed premise.
No, I don't think so, no.
Well,
Again,
all I'm telling you is what the testimony was.
Okay, so...
Did you get a bill of particulars from counsel's office?
No, I
After you
didn't.
pled not guilty? Did you receive a submission from counsel's office?
No.
Well, there was one sent beginning of February, which was a bill of particulars, which would tell you exactly what we had, and you could...
So you got the charges at the address, but you didn't get the bill of particulars?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So you're not sure now?
Chairman, Mr. Costera has been in this location licensed since 2005, and he has absolutely one adverse history, one violation, and it was for a purchase of an unauthorized alcohol. No other
Mr.
of any
DeLuca?
kind.
Mr.
Yeah.
DeLuca?
Yes.
3 violations. 1 proceeding, 3 violations.
I'm going by the printout that we received, and he's been there 14 years, and none
I
of
haven't
them.
been at the look. I've been a licensee for...
He's been the licensee since 2005.
I brought a...
There's what?
There is a pending matter.
What's that?
It's a disability from in January.
I brought a witness with me. He's a...
Well, you should have... No, the witness... Does the police department know he's here?
I recently retired in November. I assist with security for Paul.
Oh, all right. We don't need to hear from him. I'm sustaining both charges.
I would like to... Can I explain one thing, how it works?
Okay, the hearing was already conducted.
It's okay. You can explain one thing. Go ahead.
Where his location is, I was in narcotics for 13 years. Prior to that, I spent 8.5 years in a plainclothes gang unit. I've personally bought drugs in that parking lot and on that side street. Every time I set up to do a drug deal, every person came from the hotel right behind him. And we're talking excess of 100 drug deals on Taylor Avenue. The computer system, how it works, if you make a drug deal,
We don't take factual stuff at these hearings. I'm sorry. If you don't want to, if you don't want to sustain
If I could just explain how they...
Once I start taking it from you, I got to take it from everybody. And it's not happening.
If they put the address...
Sir!
All right.
I mean, if you don't want to sustain them, you can...
No, I can sustain them. There are some doubts, so I'm going to go with 3,000.
Commissioner Ford?
I was going to go with 2,000.
2,500?
2,500 it is.
Chairman, will you proceed with the public hearing? Is there anything else you want to do first?
No.
We voted.
Is there anything else you want to do first?
Oh, yeah, I guess there is.
2,500.
Yeah, you're all set. $2,500 fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm only laughing because I know how much you hate me. You're going to have to stand up and go to the podium, too. So everybody can see you.
Make sure you're announcing your name, speak clearly to the microphone.
Okay. So for those of you who are not aware, and I think everybody in this room works for us, so they are aware, Jackie Held is retiring, unfortunately, very soon. What's the date?
June 13th. will be my first day of freedom.
And one of the amazing things about this place when I first came here was the amount of people that have spent their entire careers here and are still here. And you're one of those, correct?
Yes, 30 years with this agency.
So she's got 32 years of this agency. I think she has pretty much got her hands on every bureau in the agency at one point or another, except my office, which if she stayed long enough, she probably would have that too. And we have a plaque here for her. I just want to say that it's been a pleasure working with her. I could not have really done this job without her. She was the secretary when I came in, and she was great at that. She was the commissioner of licensing for the last 3 years, and she's been great at that, and she'll be sorely missed. And her knowledge of this entire agency and of this law is, really unparalleled, particularly given the fact that she has hit, like I said, pretty much every bureau. The only thing you didn't do is run enforcement. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So here's the plaque says, whereas Jacqueline Held is retiring after 32 years of service in state government, and whereas Jackie, as she is known to all of us, began her career in 1987 with the Department of Social Services. Oh, I'm mistaken. You did do 2 years somewhere.
I did 2 years, yes.
And joined the State Liquor Authority's Office of Counsel in 1989, and whereas after a decade of secretary to the authority, Jackie has served as Deputy Commissioner of Licensing since 2015, whereas Jackie has been an invaluable assistant to the members of the authority, a succession of counsels to the authority and to every bureau of the agency, and whereas Jackie is well known by both her co-workers and those in the industry for her dedication to her duties, her work ethic, and her willingness to assist others, it is hereby resolved on behalf of ourselves and the entire staff of the authority that we hereby acknowledge the exemplary service of Jacqueline Held to this agency and extend to her and her family our sincere appreciation for her many years of service to the State Liquor Authority, and to extend to her our best wishes for a healthy, fulfilling, and long-lived retirement. And is hereby further resolved that this resolution shall be formally entered upon the minutes of this meeting, and that forthwith a copy of this resolution shall be provided to Jackie Held. So congratulations. I don't know if the other two have anything to add.
I just want to say you've been great to me in the past year, and when I heard you were retiring, I wanted to cry. I'm now crying.
Don't do that.
I'm sure everybody in the room just are so grateful for everything you do.
Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you so much, Jackie, for answering all of my stupid questions. And I've had so many. So you've helped educate me and bring me up to speed in record time. So the agency will definitely miss you, as will I, as will we. So congratulations and good luck, and have fun, would you?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Well, I just want to say thank you, board, the agency, the public, for the privilege, the honor to serve them. I enjoyed every bit of it. For the one to say...
That's a lie. You didn't enjoy everything.
Oh, I made fun of you guys behind my back. No problem.
No, you can do it right to my face.
I can do that. But one thing I want to say is also a very heartfelt thank you to all of you that have worked for me, worked with me. I would not have achieved this level of success in this job without your continued support and dedication. So, thank you.
We're now going to proceed. There is a public hearing scheduled today regarding the proposed changes to the rules regarding the terms of sale and the delinquent list. It's item 1031. Is there anyone in New York who is here to be heard on the... We're going to keep the calendar open. I mean, the hearing.
So there's nobody there?
No one has signed in.
So, Paul, can you just explain quickly, summarize what this is, just so it's clear on the record?
Sure. Thanks, Chairman. Commissioners, good morning. The Council's office is here bringing forward today a statutorily required public hearing for our COD list regulatory reform package. Essentially, all we're trying to do with this package is incorporate The email notification procedures originally set forth in SLA Advisory 2011-1, which were an effort back then to kind of drag the industry kicking and screaming into the 20th century, 21st century, whatever it is. And really, there's nothing new being proposed here. What we're essentially trying to do is replace some hilariously outdated regulations that have been on the books since the 1950s and which no longer really apply in a world where snail mail is no longer the way businesses communicate.
Okay. And go ahead.
So what we'll do is the record for the hearing will be kept open for 5 days for any more public comment.
Written public comment.
Written public comment. After that, the matter will be sent back to you for either formal approval or if you make any changes to the rules. So that'll be the next step.
Okay. So you're going to put that on a date in the future?
Yes.
And just to date, there's been no written public feedback whatsoever.
And they've been publicized?
They've been publicized, and the entire industry's been operating under 2011-1, the advisory.
Okay.
Seamlessly started.
All right, thanks.
All right, then we're going to proceed with the matters in New York City as they're signed in for the most part. And next item is 1092, Margarita Corporation.
Morning, Stacy Weiss of the Margarita Corp., which is located at 197 Grand Street in Manhattan, which is located in Little Italy.
I'm not sure that this is 1092.
No, what's the noise?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're a substitute for Mr. Kelly?
I'm sorry?
You're substituting for Mr. Kelly?
Yes. So this is an upgrade from a restaurant wine to an on-premises, which is located in Community Board 2. They apparently voiced some opposition to...
Who's with you?
Oh, this is the licensee, Giuseppe.
Okay, well, there are two applicants, both with the same name.
Yeah, that's my father. He's not in the country right now.
So you're Giuseppe Vincenzo?
Yes.
Is there anyone from the community board there?
No.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the community board apparently, they had 4 objections to my client receiving the upgrade. And one of the objections had to do with oversaturation of the licenses in the area. But this is Little Italy, and as you know, Little Italy is about approximately a 3-block long area, and it used to be bigger, but now it's about 3 blocks long, and it has many restaurants that serve thousands of tourists as well as many New Yorkers. Most of the restaurants there have OP licenses, and I guess that's why the community board considers that an oversaturation. But there are, like I said, many there are many OP licenses, but there are not that many restaurants there. I mean, it's all compacted into that little area. Another reason that the community board objected is that they said it will cause an increased noise, trash, traffic, and revelers. Now, my client does have a license now. He's been in the business for over 4 years, has no violations, and that includes no city violations, no violations from the SLA, no noise complaints. And granting him an OP license, he's not going to increase his impact on the environment at all, no impact on anything in the area because he has a license now. The community board.
How long has he been licensed there?
He's been licensed over 4 years, and he has no problems with any city agency or any noise complaints.
Does he have any problems with the stipulations that the community board sent?
Absolutely no problems with any of the stipulations. He's followed every.
You're also asking to extend hours to 2 p.m., 2 a.m.
And he that's off the table if that's any issue at all. He right now he has a 1 a.m. and I
close at 11.
He closes mostly at 11, but he can continue with the 1 a.m. It's not a problem at all. So that's off the table.
Well, their stipulation says 12 a.m. What do we have in that one?
Actually, that's incorrect because the community board misstated it. If you look at his original stipulation.
Oh, yeah, no, they got him at 11 to 170.
Yes, that's correct. That's
right
the
now.
correct.
They want you to close earlier. That's what they're saying.
And they agreed to the 1 a.m. stipulation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
initially.
I'm reading the Sidewalk Cafe. That's what I'm reading.
Right. So
That's at 11. The Sidewalk Cafe is 11 on Sunday to Thursday, and then
Yes.
12 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Correct. And the original closing stipulation for the inside is 1 a.m., which no problem. He'll stick with that. That's absolutely no problem.
You guys have any questions?
No. With the approval from the ALJ on the 500-foot hearing, I will vote to approve for on-premise liquor until 1 a.m. across the board.
And that's no problem with us.
That's
Go ahead.
what we have.
Yeah.
Agreeing to all the same stipulations that are currently.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and all existing systems.
Well, I'm not. Is this existing or is this? Oh, right, they're existing. Okay, yes. Okay.
And he has a service bar.
Ms. Weiss,
Yes.
Being so, you have an absolutely spotless record for the past 4 years you've been open, and all the other stipulations are still in place. I will vote to approve the class change.
I'll vote to approve as well with all of the existing stipulations.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 1034.
Thank you.
Thank you. Series Rest Inc. 1034.
Yes. Good morning, Chairman. My name is Henry Warakomsky. This is a application for a new OP license in Baldwin, Nassau County. I have both applicants here.
Do they have any experience in the alcohol industry?
No, but they have a little experience in the food business because that's what they want to do here is a restaurant.
What experience do they have? Because I don't see any.
Well, the last 4 or 5 weeks, they've opened the restaurant just on Sundays for a brunch. They get
their experience is 4 or 5 weeks in the restaurant that they're trying to get licensed.
Well, they have a manager which they're hiring who's going to be a full-time chef in the premises. We can submit a personal questionnaire on him.
But the manager is going to be the chef?
What?
You just said
No,
the
I'm not.
manager is going to be the chef?
They hired a manager. His name's not in the application. And he's the chef there. He's the chef.
The manager is the chef?
The new one, yes. The new manager, yes.
You understand why she's asking that question? How is a chef going to manage a restaurant? He's going to be in the kitchen the whole time.
He's going to have help. So when he's not in the kitchen, he'll be supervising in the restaurant with the applicants.
That's a first.
See, they only want to be open from 11 o'clock to 9. They're not going to stay open late.
Where'd the money come from for this?
It came from her bank account. She worked for Delta Airlines for years, and she saved it.
I'm sorry, who's Kayla?
Hi, what?
I'm Kayla.
Okay. And who's the other person? The Carlos?
Yes. Yes.
It says here that you're 22 years old. Is that accurate?
Yes, so I own a finance business. I have a lot of business experience when it comes to managing businesses. I got 2 offices. And this was like my industry, I make large commissions off of providing business loans, but it's like lump sum, so I needed supplemental income. So this is something we decided to go in together.
So you're going to continue your current employment while you run the restaurant?
Yes, definitely.
How do you guys know each other?
We're not like, we're just close friends. Close friends and partners in business.
Chairman, is this, so you're 22?
Yes.
And
you were working for Franklin Merchant Capital?
Yes, I started my own firm. Yes, I started my own firm in October last year.
At 16, you were working for?
At 17, I was with Aegis Capital. That's a securities firm. Franklin Merchant is it's a brokerage of it's a finance brokerage, ISO shop, independent sales organization.
And now you own Trust Capital Funding yourself?
No. That was the last company I worked for. Now I own Sapphire Capital Group. I'm the owner.
And it just says financial services. What kind of financial services?
So we like if a client owns a business, we do business services. If you own a business and you don't want to go to your bank for lending or a line of credit or factoring, equipment financing, whatever the case may be, I help you find the appropriate lender or the institution to provide what you need for your business.
So where are you, like what institution?
I don't really use big banks. I use private lenders.
And what's the typical interest rate on a loan like that?
Usually it could be anywhere from over a year. On our lines of credit, it's 8 to 15%, sometimes 21%. If you have like the worst credit and you have no chance of getting money anywhere, the rates can go as high as 40, 50% on the money. But it's not a loan. It's not a traditional loan. It's a purchase of future receivables. So it's definitely.
Sounds like it's usury to me.
It sounds like it's usury, but like I just said, it's not a loan. It's a purchase of your receivables. So the terminology is different. So the cost, and it's not an interest rate.
What's the receivable? What's the protection?
Usually there might be a COJ filed because it's unsecured. So the COJ is the collateral. And the receivables are the collateral, like we go off your business statements, but because we use no collateral, it's unsecured. That's why the cost is sometimes higher than your traditional lending options.
So they're paid.
Have you received some of these fundings for business ventures, and you've not with them because the term is to own future receivables, so they'll be receiving a portion of every gross sale.
Did you loan her money?
No.
You could. Well, if she needs money, he can get her a reasonable loan.
Did you just hear her? You can't. If he's doing it as he says, and it's called a receivable, that person has to be on the license.
Did I give her any financing for the business through my company? No, sir. If that's what you're asking.
Yes, that is what I'm asking.
No, sir.
Are you guys aware of the history at the location?
No.
Ernest.
You're not aware of it? Do you live near the location?
Not in the immediate area, not too far at the same time. I'd say about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. I saw the sign, and it looked like a nice area. I spoke with the landlord, and he agreed to give me agreed to do business.
And you never just thought to look up the history of the place?
Not entirely, no. I mean, it just seemed like it was something I was ready to do. I wanted to own a second business. I wanted to diversify, and money. It wasn't.
Well, so here's the problem. There were 2 licenses at that location previously. Both of them got canceled because of poor conduct, meaning they were disorderly. They didn't follow. They broke numerous laws in the alcohol beverage control law, and they both lost their businesses as a result, which means that this is, in our minds, a problem location. And the reason that it's a concern is because neither one of you have any experience.
Well, I get that, but I run
the previous people.
You can't get it at a place that's already a problem.
Well, the previous
it just means
people
that place in our minds will turn into a problem again.
Chairman, the previous people ran these operations as a bar, a tavern. He is not. This is going to be a restaurant. That's what the landlord wanted. He didn't want a bar, tavern in his premises. That's why he wanted a restaurant to come in.
We're definitely staying away from a pub-type image. We're definitely staying away from that type of image.
Well, I have concerns about the lack of experience, so I'm going to vote to deny as well.
I mean, I'm a young. We're both young.
I mean, this isn't personal against you. It's an issue with the location and the bad history at the location, and neither one of you have any experience with an alcohol license, and that's a problem.
I've never met whoever owned the business or the location previously. This is just. I mean, I would like the opportunity, but I understand where you're coming from.
She and I voted. He has to vote.
I'm going to vote to deny as well for the same reasons.
Okay, we need to take a brief recess. In the meantime, Mr. Mailer, could you come up to the podium for a second?
Mom, are you
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got you signed in for 1048, 1081, 1088. You're saying 1048 is not yours?
No, 1045, and my partner, I don't know, what number are you? 1081. So I have 1045, and he has 1081.
All right, so not 10. All right, let me swap those out then. All right, you may return to your seat.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We are back on the record after a short recess. We're going to call item 1045, 93 Ludlow Street, Inc.
Martin Mailer, mailing me. Send me the ALJ did not sustain any of the charges.
What's that number, Tom?
10:45.
Dismiss.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'm going to dismiss 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Commissioner Ford?
Ditto.
Okey doke.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. And by the way, on behalf of the bar that practices before the authority, we echo your sentiments about Jackie Held. She's irreplaceable. I only hope you get somebody that's close to her in terms of ability.
Could
She
you
was
just
terrific.
repeat that and say it louder? Couldn't hear you. I'm
Oh.
talking about you.
No, what I said was that on behalf of the bar that practices before the New York State Liquor Authority on a daily basis, we echo the sentiments of the chairman. Jackie Held, I think, is one of the most competent people I've ever met, and she's just about irreplaceable. I hope you find someone that comes close to her abilities.
Well, you're looking at him. We hope so, too.
Thank you, Marty.
That's why Adam's been sitting here.
Okay.
But it's her day.
All right, the next item is 1081, Cozy Corner Sports Bar and Lounge, LLC.
81.
Cozy Corner Sports Bar and Lounge, LLC.
Good morning. With me today is Samantha Ellis, the applicant. This is for a new on-premises license for a tavern. I believe it's up here because there was a prior disapproval within the last 2 years.
Yes.
Premises has an occupancy of 30 with 6 tables and 16 seats, 7 bar stools. It does have a full kitchen. We provided the menu, which is, chicken wings, shrimp dishes, pasta. It's recorded music and only on weekends a DJ. The applicant, this was basically a turnkey operation for her. So she saw a good opportunity here. Even the awning sign she was able to have modified so she didn't have to entirely to read Cozy Corner, didn't have to get a whole new awning. That's been done already. She estimates 6 employees. I don't believe there was any community board opposition here. The hours of the premises are during the week from 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. and on weekends 3 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Is she using promoters?
No promoters at all.
Any security?
1 security person.
Every night or just weekends?
That's going to be from 10 p.m. till closing.
Every night?
Yes.
Who are the people who are lending you the money to do this venture?
The lenders, one is Samantha's mother, and the other person is a family friend or you can talk. A friend.
Annette Bedeau is the mother?
Yes. Yes. Sorry.
And Evelyn is your friend?
A friend of mine, yes.
Why do you need a DJ?
I don't really need a DJ. I just thought it would be nice to have one every now and again on a weekend.
The setup was already there. It pre-existed. So the DJ counter or whatever you want to describe it as was there. It was already there.
Does she have any experience in this business?
No, not in this business. She is a supervisor for a not-for-profit. She has about 15 staff that work under her that she supervises. And this is an opportunity she's been interested in for a while. I did discuss it. She was looking a few years ago, about 2 years ago or so, she was looking at another location that she thought would be very good. However, it just wasn't the right time for Samantha. And then she was around the corner at a vegetarian restaurant in this neighborhood, started talking to an employee of that restaurant who mentioned about this place that she took the lease on had been vacant for a period of time, and she wanted to take a look at it, and it fit the bill, and she thought it would be a good opportunity.
So the only other question I had is, and this seems to be happening regularly, they are applying under the wrong address?
Look, this is the address of the. And I went back and forth. We put it down as the address of the building and the address of the building is on the lease. The address of the building didn't differentiate. We actually had to go back to the landlord and create an address to satisfy the license bureau.
Where are we getting our address from?
I know, but I don't right now.
This got the address. Got the address. The address that you wanted, we modified to because it is on 194th.
194.
It's on the corner. The building's on the corner of 194th and and Linden.
Okay.
All right. So they wanted the address to read 194th Street, so we had to come up with an address, which we did.
No, I get it. The applicant did the same thing last time, and either we're looking at a different source than your landlord is.
Yeah.
All right.
Ms. Ellis, what are your hours, proposed hours?
Excuse me?
It's 2 a.m.
2 a.m. across the board?
2 a.m. across the board, yes.
I'm ready.
So can I just ask you, can I just clarify the security guard? Because in your application you said security guards on Fridays and Saturdays only, and then during the week if necessary. So
Do you want to? Go ahead.
Well, being that it's a new business opening, I don't think it's going to have that much traffic coming in to have security every day. But I would like to start off with having security every day, and if it's not needed during the week, then only on weekends when it's high traffic.
okay, that's fair. And you plan to hire a manager?
Yes.
Okay. So with no promoters, no DJs, security guards, one security guard every night, and one manager, 2 a.m. across the board, I vote to approve.
Board, I'm going to say, I'm trying not to rope you in to have them pay a security guard every night if you don't need it.
That was my only question to Commissioner
So
Fan, as the applicant described it.
Yeah, I just want to make the security guard optional. You have the permission if you choose to use a security guard. You don't have to, but you have the option.
Okay.
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds. In a year, if there's no problems, you can come back and get the DJ.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next item, 1091, K.P. Rodriguez Court.
Put your names on the record.
Okay. Hello, I'm Patrick DeLuca. The owner of the premise, Carlos Polanco, was not able to come today. He's very nervous about appearing before the board, but this is his daughter, Lorena Polanco, who also works at the restaurant, and her husband,
Where is
He's the Carlos?
Yeah.
Carlos is home.
Home in Long Island, or did he
Yes,
go somewhere else?
home in Long Island. He was coming, and then at the last minute he got cold feet. He's very self-conscious about his language issues, we had filed this as a class change application, which licensing indicated was no problem. But my client, Mr. Polanco, wanted to increase from 12 midnight to 2 a.m. in order to stay in competition with the surrounding restaurants. There was no opposition from Hempstead Village to either the class change or the hours change, and that's why we're here. They advised us that if we wanted to try to change the hours, we should come before the board.
How long have they been open?
Here.
Yes?
How long? We've been open since October of 2017.
2 years, a year and a half. So why all of a sudden, did you apply for a full liquor license when you applied in 2017? And if not, why not?
Okay. Yes, we did apply, but then they denied it. They just gave us beers and wine, and they gave us a year record, so we have no problems of anything, and just to keep the place safe, and we be done everything the way you guys wanted it.
Who did that?
So I watched the video. Apparently, they applied for OP, and then the deputy mayor recommended Tavern Wine. And so you guys gave them Tavern Wine, but you didn't say
The same deputy mayor that's now indicted, that one.
That's what I was just going to ask. He got indicted?
Yes, Mr. Perry Pettis. Yes, he had a hand in when this was being
All right,
originally.
we don't have to get involved with him. And I never said come back.
No, you never saw the open.
What was his problem with you applying as an OP? Do you know?
There was no specific problem. It was just one of the things that when the village would show up and make recommendations or requests, I couldn't give you a real reason.
Okay.
It's important to note that at this point, the village has not objected to either the class change or the hours change.
Well, it sounds like they have bigger issues to deal with.
Oh boy, yeah. The restaurants surrounding this, the premises surrounding this one, are already open till two at the minimum 2.
Yeah. All right, we're good.
I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
I'll vote to approve.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, the next item is 1122. Antojitos de San Cecilio Inc.
Morning.
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Cecilio Alballero from Antojitos de San Cecilio. I'm here for a class change from beer license to full liquor license.
Is this a deli?
No, this is right now it's a restaurant with beer license.
Well, the community board says it's a deli.
I don't know. It's a restaurant without.
Do you do a lot of takeout food?
No. Right now I have a beer license.
Why do you need to be open till 4?
I would like it to keep the same hour what I have right now. Right now, in my current license, I have it from Monday to Thursday, close at 1 o'clock in the morning, and then Friday and Saturday we close at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we just gave you that last year, and
Yes.
and at the time you were an eating place, you were a beer only. Now you want to become a full bar, and I have some concerns about 4 a.m. and so does the community board. I mean, so why do you need to be open till 4 if you're a full bar?
In order to be competition with the other restaurant that is in the area right now, just they open to 4 o'clock Friday and Saturday.
And you're open till 4 now.
Yes.
Yes.
He was originally open on 1, and then last year you and I gave him 4.
But service of alcohol is ending at 1.
Yeah, how are you going to do that? If you stop serving at 1, what are you going to go take the drinks out of people's hands? Or
I say again?
you're saying that on Friday and Saturday you're going to stop serving the alcohol at 1 a.m.
No, I would like to keep Friday and Saturday to sell liquor until 4 o'clock.
You guys muted yourselves. Or they froze us.
There you go.
Can you hear us in New York?
Yes, Gary.
No, we're not starting back up yet. We still have some IT issue. Just one, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear us?
I can just barely hear you. We'll be back to you as soon as we can. We still have some IT issues up here.
All right, can you hear us perfectly from here?
Now their mic is all. Jonathan, can you go back up there to where the mic is?
Yeah.
All right. I just want so you can hear us from there, right?
Yeah.
All right. Hold on just for a second. Jonathan?
Yeah.
Are you seeing a frozen image of us up in Albany?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat because it's going to be about 5 or 10 minutes before we can get this sorted out.
is the unit went into maintenance mode and the screen froze. And then they had to reboot the unit, so they rebooted it and then dialed back in. I think we're all set. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, the previous dial, I think when it went into maintenance mode, was still up there.
Can I get out of this or just leave you running? Minimize it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, apologize for the delay. We're now back on the record. Can you hear us in New York and see us?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to go back to 1122. The applicant who was, if you want to start from scratch or something where we actually left off.
He wants a class change from an EB to an OP, and then change and keep hours Sunday through Thursday to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday to 4 a.m. Stop serving at 1 daily.
Yes.
So the question I had when it went off air is what are you going to do to stop the people from drinking? Like, you're going to stop selling at 1 a.m.?
We won't close the business 1 a.m. the other days.
No, but you said your application indicates you're going to stop serving the alcohol at 1 a.m. every day.
No.
Well, that's what you put on here.
No, what's at 1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday till 4 p.m.
So you want to serve until 4 a.m.
Yes,
Friday and Saturday.
that's correct.
Did you meet with the community board?
No,
Did they ask to meet with you?
no.
No, they just saw the application. Are there apartments above you?
Say again?
What type of building is your business in?
It's two apartments upstairs. Mixed use.
Two
One is-
apartments above you?
Yes, the first floor one, the store, in the second floor, two apartment.
And it's only a 2-floor building?
Yes.
I don't know. So 11. Have you been open since 2011?
Yes.
Yeah, he does nothing about noise.
Got a whole bunch of licenses here.
Oh, so he's been since 2015? And all these past licenses are his? Okay.
Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
With one security guard. You're going to have one security guard every night?
No, no security guard.
You have no security guard?
No,
Your application says you do.
no.
Well, you're probably going to have one now.
All right, well, your application says you have one. All right. With one
If you have
security
two,
guard,
Se-
I will allow full liquor service until 2 a.m. across the board.
Okay, I had to put a security guard.
Yeah.
On the weekends. At least on the weekend.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday.
Friday and Saturday.
Yes, so 2 a.m. across the board and security on Friday and Saturday.
And that's 2 a.m. stopping service.
Yes.
Yes.
Means he closes at 2:30,
Okay.
right?
Well, that's up to you.
He's going to close at 2:30.
So service stops at 2, then everybody's out by 2:30.
Okay. Can we have a security guard? Because I don't really need a security guard. It's a family restaurant.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
He doesn't.
No, what I say is I don't need a security guard because it's a family restaurant, so it's a nice
Well,
place.
on your application, for some, who filled out the application, sir?
I did myself.
Commissioner Dan, I believe that is what.
Is that a typo?
Operation says no.
Okay, all right. All right, so that's a problem on our end. So no security guard, 2 a.m. across the board. I'm going to approve the change of class.
All right.
Okay. I do too.
Same here.
Bye.
Thank you.
The next item is 1075. John V. Halella, Entrepreneurial Asset Holding Corp.
Good morning, Commissioner Ford, Commissioner Fan, Chairman Bradley. Before I start, I would like to also echo my congratulations on retirement to Ms. Held and to tell her how badly we will miss her as well.
Thank you, Mr. Piano.
This is John Palella. He is the applicant's owner. We're talking about a package store at Highland Falls. Highland Falls is adjacent to, in fact, touches on West Point. 3 million people visit West Point every year. His location is on the ground floor of a 3-story building which he owns and has a residence in. Main Street of Highland Falls is a quiet pedestrian area, and there used to be a package store called Rio, which closed in 2018. So now the town of Highland Falls has no liquor store. The particular property that we're talking about, as I said, is on Main Street. It offers extensive parking for those who come by car, but this is a walking community. The people who come by car are the visitors to West Point who go through and come to the through Highlands Falls on the way to and from West Point. Mr. Palella operated a package store at this location from 1990 to 2003, and then closed the package store to open up a restaurant, which he ran from 2004 to 2014. There are, when we put in the 4 closest stores, most of them are on the other side of the Hudson River. So even though they are close, if you were a bird, getting to and from them is impossible. And in a prior application, the Liquor Authority found that they were pretty much irrelevant. There was the only one that was relevant to the application was the one that was in Highland Falls, and that one has closed. So now
does he live upstairs?
He has a residence upstairs. It's not his only residence.
Okay, and you said that this particular location was a liquor store, and then he went to restaurant and then now wants to go back to liquor store?
That is correct.
Okay. With the closest store being almost 4 miles away and then the rest more than 10 miles away, and I see a public convenience in licensing the store, so I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
What about Good Nights? That was down the street. That's closed too. That's another one that's closed since as well.
Yes, that's closed.
Can I ask a very quick question? Mr. Dano, what's your client going to use for a trade name? Has he decided yet?
Maiden name.
What?
What's the name of the restaurant? Of the
Our business is International Wine and Liquor. I was approved by the authority to get my old name back.
So International Wine and Liquor. It's the name he operated under when he owned the package store before. And he wants to take it back.
Can you just send a letter of that, or their certificate, whatever?
Sure.
I'll approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 1080, 92 East Ed White Court.
Good afternoon. I would like to wait for my lawyer to get here.
Okay. Who's your lawyer?
Luis Rodriguez.
All right, second call.
Thank you.
Next item is 1099, Cafe Miranda LLC.
Are there any can you put your name on the record?
Yeah, sure. This is Hugh Moe, and good afternoon, Commissioner Bradley, Commissioner Fang, Commissioner Ford, and with me is Elizabeth Moe, and we are from the law firm of Hugh H. Moe PC, and we are counsel of record. We substituted predecessor counsel, and with me also are the applicants. We have Ashley Santoro and also Caitlin McConnell.
Is there any opposition there?
I don't believe there is.
No.
And I'm going to defer the presentation to Elizabeth Moe.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, and Commissioner Ford. Again, my name is Elizabeth Moe. I represent the applicants. We are counsel of record from the law firm of Hugh H. Moe. We're here on behalf of Cafe Miranda, DBA La Cire. It is a dedicated wine shop located at 83 Henry Street.
So this is a recon. So what didn't we consider last time that you have that's new? Because that's the only thing we're really interested in.
Absolutely, Chairman. What's new is that this location, 83 Henry Street, is actually in the Two Bridges neighborhood. The prior decision had listed it in Chinatown. According to Community Board 3, as this is in Two Bridges is actually an area that is increasing in population. It is seeing economic revival. It has more than well enough public transit, including 3 buses, 3 trains, all within 300 to 1,000 feet of the location. In addition, there are multiple housing units, including Knickerbocker Village, which is one of the largest middle-income complexes in Manhattan. Alongside it is also One Manhattan Square, which is not more than...
Wait, ma'am, we heard all this last time. I mean, regardless of what you call the neighborhood, we're aware, it was presented to us last time about the residences around there and the liquor stores around there. If you have new information, we'd be happy to hear it. But
well, we believe that this is new information and that this goes to the very heart of the public convenience and advantage. With the prior decision, it was stated that this was an economically depressed area. We believe that this information, including demographics of Two Bridges, shows that this area is economically revived. In our presentation, we had listed that there are more than 26 new retail, commercial, and over 24 residential areas. There is currently a market here. The applicant is also the only dedicated wine shop in the immediate area, as we have listed in our presentation. In attachment 2, the stock list is also listing wines of all different prices. More than half, nearly half, are under $50. And the fact that they're offering wines not available at existing stores, we believe that all of this collectively is new information that was not necessarily considered in the initial application, particularly those facts that go to the very heart of the public convenience and advantage.
One of the stores, the fourth closest, wasn't licensed yet, wasn't open yet.
Yes, it
Is
is
that-
open now. However, it only.
Is that World Wine Group?
Correct. That store is now currently open at 49 Christie Street. However, it is only targeted to selling Chinese wines. That's very distinct from the applicant here.
I know, but do you, I remember doing that application. Do you know why it's targeted to that?
Because that area is considered in Chinatown, while our area.
Because we would only let them do that. Because it's Chinatown and the other stores are supplying what's needed in that area. That was the decision we made as a board. Now,
Well, turning to Lacier, the decision here is that it is in Two Bridges and it's opening up the area for other demographics that are in the area that are growing. If you look at the real estate demographics and the statistics of that area, including 83 Henry Street, there are residents that are coming in that are not just of Chinese descent, but of many of diverse and inclusion.
and you have numbers to show that that population's going up? Because the numbers we have show it's going down.
We included it in the footnotes in our application, in our reconsideration. Specifically, Knickerbocker Village is a development that is literally less than 1,000 feet. It's 60 years old. It has one of, again,
Yeah, but
the largest.
I'm saying its population's going up. That's been there for 60 years.
Well, we have one Manhattan Square and Two Bridges Towers. Collectively, they will bring in over 4,000 units, including affordable housing and also market rate. This is also in addition to other transportation changes that are happening in the neighborhood with these two developments. There have also been changes
Are these developments built?
One Manhattan Square is selling units, and Two Bridges Towers is in the process. But even aside from those large units, Commissioner and Mr. Chairman, there are other 25 residential units that are being sold in smaller units all around the area. As we've described in our submission, you'll see that there are not only, if you just look at a Street Easy or even look at the real estate listings, there are units that are being sold and are highly in demand.
All right. Anything else?
I just wanted to emphasize that, the public convenience and advantage is going to be served, and that the population is increasing, and that, there is currently a market here for what Lacier is offering.
Okay.
All right, ready to vote then?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
Given that this is a really small store, I will vote to reconsider.
I'm the only one who voted for it. All right, Commissioner Ford.
We're going to reconsider and then
Yeah.
approve or?
No, reconsider and then deal with it.
All right. So reconsideration then.
I'll vote to reconsider as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to reconsider.
All right. Then on the application itself,
There's no opposition there?
No.
There was opposition.
they were notified.
Where we license that other store, Essex Crossing was.
Oh, that's when and it's inside.
And what about?
Can you be very quick up the papers, there, please?
Yeah. That microphone will pick up everything. You're moving your papers around.
Oh.
Sorry.
Essex Crossing, I remember. That's a good
There was
one.
another one.
That was inside.
Yeah, the other one I don't remember.
No, it's
But I think they're both good walls.
All right, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I think with the new development and the fact that it's only a 400 square foot store devoted to wine, I will vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Next item is 1047, Angelo Mini Market, Inc. Why don't you take your name for the record, please?
Good morning. From the law offices of Jeff Cohen, 12510 Queens Boulevard, Seth Kozlow of counsel, and to my right is Tina Kim.
So this is a default.
Correct. The reason I'm here today is I'm asking for reconsideration. The default judgment was entered based on Mr. Cohen apparently sending the paperwork over late to the SLA. He was he had the understanding that the matter was resolved and settled, and he spoke with Kayla O'Donnell, one of the senior attorneys, and indicated to her that there was a conditional no contest plea, which the paperwork was sent. She didn't get it until it was too late, and Mr. Cohen had told her, "We're settled, don't worry about the hearing, we don't have to do it," but she went ahead and did the hearing anyway. So we're looking to remove the default judgment and enter the conditional no contest plea instead.
How late was it?
I think 2 hours. I think the hearing was at 10, and she received the email at like 1:25.
No, I'm saying, but she must have given you a deadline for the conditional no contest.
Well, according to the judge's report, they sent it in, but it had no terms to it, so there was no offer. The window was sent early, or on time rather.
My understanding was that the agreement was a $2,500 fine and a surrender of the license, which our client was willing to do and agreed to, and Mr. Cohen had sent the paperwork with the signed conditional contest plea.
So he wants to cancel this license and pay a $20,000 fine?
It was $2,500.
They just want to cancel, just wants to surrender it.
Just surrender, correct.
Yeah, no. And that, if he didn't make based on what the judge wrote, there was no terms on the conditional no contest. He just sent in the conditional no contest without an offer.
Right, my understanding is that it was sent after the hearing happened. That's why what the judge had has no terms on it.
Well, that's too late.
Right, and we're asking for reconsideration because the conversation that Mr. Cohen had with the attorney for the SLA was that there was an agreement and no need to do a hearing, but she went ahead and went to the hearing anyway. And we didn't know that, so we weren't present for the hearing.
Hold on a minute. Are you Cohen?
No, I work with Mr. Cohen.
So all these conversations are with Mr. Cohen?
Correct.
And she gave the judge all of the correspondence?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. And the judge is saying that that she sent you the required conditions for a no contest offer, and that they never heard about it until after the hearing, until his April 5th email. So
correct, and I believe
your boss. I'm assuming you're a lawyer. It looks like your boss is a lawyer, and you don't wait 5 days.
I believe the paper was sent the day of the hearing. I understand what you're saying. I mean, Mr. Cohen had sent the email saying we have a settlement, there's no need to do a hearing.
Well, first of all, excuse me, I'm looking at the email, all right, and
April 5th email. He sent a conditional no contest without an offer. So that,
Right, but I mean, the emails are all in here, and it's not consistent with what he's saying.
All right, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Okay, the next item, 1101, Steinway Wines and Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palella. With me is the principal.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Your name?
My name is Anshu Agarwal.
Go ahead.
I think there's opposition here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll hear from them first. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, members of the board. I am Yuxin Zhao. I will be speaking on behalf of my father for Muho Liquor Stores located at 2811 Steinway Street. To begin,
Hold on. What's the name of the store?
Muho Liquor Store,
And what's the address?
2811 Steinway Street. I'll
Oh,
start
2811. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Unfortunately, there has been a substantial decrease in total gross sales of Muho Liquors. Less than 0.3 miles away from the location of the new applicant, with great amounts of regulation on pricing and the increase of supply costs and rent, my store's gross income has declined 2 to 3% per year since 2015. In my honest opinion, I don't think any public convenience will be served in the case of approval for this applicant less than 0.3 miles away. There are a few pre-existing stores extremely close in proximity to my liquor store. To say the least, Saprina Wine and Liquor, just 150 feet away, Absolute Wine and Spirits Corporation, 0.2 miles away, Wine Art and Liquor, 0.2 miles away, opened just last year. Therefore, we do believe the area is pretty saturated with fine wine shops. For our store specifically, we hold weekly tastings, we have a curated selection and a very good loyalty program, not to mention we offer delivery services. Besides the numerous liquor stores in the vicinity, the influx of online liquor businesses has contributed to the increasing competition among small business owners in the alcohol business. Therefore, I would also like to remind the board of the applicants in these few years who were denied due to saturation. Thank you for your kind consideration of this matter.
How many are you aware of that were denied in this area?
Yes, I can actually let you know. So the most recent was in 2017, 30th Ave Liquor and Wine Inc. And there's another one, Whitestone Wine and Spirits Inc., the Popular Liquor and Wine Store Corporation, and Discount Liquor Mart Corporation. Those were the
was denied in November of 2014.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you come back for just a second?
Yes.
Do you know if New Happy Liquor Store is still open?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
New Happy Liquor Store, is that open?
Yes. Yes.
It's on 31st Avenue?
Yes, they're right.
She's here.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, dear council members. I'm the owner of the New Happy Liquor Store. My name is Yan Zhang. My store is only like 4 blocks away from the location of a new package that's applying. And we're just like small stores, around 900 square feet. Even though the cost sales stay steady, but every year the expenses are going up each year. Just the minimum wage is almost doubled within the last 5 years, from 8 to 15 hours. Now the cost of the goods, the rent, utilities all increased. And with this new store opens up, it definitely have a tremendous impact on us. Besides the public convenience, which has been well served, please also consider the impacts of other small existing business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, council members. My name is Lu Fang from Fang's Liquor, located at 3812 28th Avenue. I just want to point out that within that 1 mile of the new proposed
So let me stop you there. How far are you away?
I'm around 2 blocks, 2 avenues over from the new proposed location.
And what's the address?
3812 28th Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, within that 1 mile radius of, according to Google Maps, 1 mile radius, it's already 12 existing liquor stores. And the 3 closest train stops nearby all have a liquor store outside, so I believe the public has been well served. One of the big stores in the neighborhood, Grand Wines and Liquor, has over 3,000 square feet of retail space, so this area has been well served. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Zhao. I'm at. My daughter just said something earlier.
What address are you at?
2811 Buholico 1.
Say that into the microphone. I can't hear you.
There. All right. I wanted to emphasize one of the things my daughter did mention about. This is one population in this neighborhood. It went down like 2% in this previous year. Okay, and also want to emphasize this is the area where they try to open the store just close to the area but the community. It's because the Muslim law they're not allowed to consume alcohol beverage, so our grocery income keep going down every year with a lot of competition. That's what I want to add into.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd just like to note that one of the stores that spoke in opposition is not one of the 4 nearest stores, 3812.
Yes, I saw
It's
that.
not one of the, introducing a large warehouse-type store is not a relevant conversation. The fact of the matter is I've submitted a submission to you. I presume you have it.
Yeah.
Showing the extraordinary amount of growth in this neighborhood. There are over 20 new projects in the immediate vicinity, bringing over nearly 900 residential units, over 230,000 square feet of retail space, and nearly 12,000 square feet of community space. Some of these projects are completed in renting. Some of them are being completed shortly. Others will be completed by the spring of 2020. There is a tremendous influx of growth in this neighborhood. Additionally, Steinway Street I've visited a couple of times pursuant to this application. It's a very busy street. It's a slow street. Cars tend to move very, very slowly looking for parking spots. We're very fortunate at this location. There's a parking lot about 250 feet away from the proposed premises, which I add is located directly next door to a large CVS, pharmacy, and food store. The applicant, as indicated in the submission, plans to carry 30% New York State wines, which are not properly and adequately represented at this point in the neighborhood. Additionally, you probably don't know my client personally, but she operated a liquor store for 7 years, Sizzling Wines and Liquors in Hempstead, Levittown. The location never had a problem with sales to minors, never had any issues whatsoever with the State Liquor Authority. The current stores in the neighborhood, the sales are pretty steady. One of the figures I really couldn't understand the way the person indicated, another store also elected not to include all of the months. There's a petition submitted, signed by 60 people. I'd be happy to answer any more questions you may have. The real key to this application is how the public convenience and advantage will be served because of this incredible growth in the neighborhood. There is currently a need for a new liquor store.
Why did she sell her other store?
It was a financial decision at that time, so I sold it.
Where do you live?
I live in Levittown.
And when did you sell it?
I sold it in 2015, 4 years ago, almost.
There's a store or two to the one block to the north, and there's another one block to the south.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Commissioner, I didn't hear you.
I said there's another store, Muho, in the next block to the north, and just south of that, Broadway Wine and Liquors is just around the corner, a block to the south.
Muho is nearly 1,500 feet away.
But it's the next block.
Well, next avenue, yes.
No, it's 31st Street, and that's 28th.
Oh.
I mean, what's she doing at? She's surrounded by liquor stores. What's she doing that they're not doing, other than 30% New York products?
No, I just wanted to bring up that Muho is on 28th Avenue, and my store is very close to 31st Avenue. So it's almost like 3 avenues difference.
Yeah, no, I think the chairman's question is, what are you doing inside of the store that's different from the other stores that are very close to you?
Can you answer that question? He's asking what it is we're going to do differently
Oh,
than the
yes.
other stores.
Sure. So I plan to start a store carrying 30% New York State wines, an open and nice setup, a clean store, serving public convenience and advantage. And
In addition to that, as part of my submission, my client has completed a course with Wine Spectator, which actually teaches the appreciation and pairing of different wines. She'll be able to engage with her clients, with her customers, in a non-bulletproof environment to explain to the customer, if the customer is planning to make a particular meal that night, which particular wine would pair best with that choice. Additionally, and I've seen
let me stop you there. She's getting training in that, or is going to be
she's
somebody
already
there
received
that
the
does
training.
that?
She's ready to receive the training. The certificate is included in the application in the submission that I forwarded. Additionally, and I have noticed this myself, a lot of the stores have spaces on the shelves. Spaces on the shelves cannot be tolerated in this industry. There is not enough market, not enough volume in order to rely on empty shelves. In the submission, my client made it very clear, if we're out of a particular product, another product will be substituted there. At no time should a customer see empty shelves. Additionally, notwithstanding the tremendous amount of new growth, is the amount of retail options that are immediately around this store. Benetton, do you know the list?
Okay. Any questions?
You just let me finish that.
Go ahead.
I mean, there's Benetton, there's Gap, there's GNC, there's Zales, there's Express, Models, Foot Locker. It's an extraordinarily well-clustered community. This particular area has an awful lot of foot traffic, as well as slow car traffic. Even if not for the tremendous growth, I believe that this store would be serving all of the incredible amount of shopping immediately around the store. And plus, we have all of this new growth coming in. Tremendous amount. Unprecedented, actually.
there is also they have twice a year the street fairs on Steinway Street. There's an association, Steinway Astoria Partnership, that is promoting the businesses in the area, and there's a lot of foot traffic. And we also have the bus ridership. There's a bus stop right in front of my store. We have a bus ridership. There's over 1 million people ride the bus, and there's a train station 1 block away, and there's 5 million people ride the train on the Steinway Street. So we included the ridership also in the...
Are you going to keep working in the pharmacy?
Eventually, I'm going to be doing this full time. Right now, I am working as a pharmacist, yes.
So what's eventually?
I mean, once I get the license, I will start working in the store full time.
Toe bags.
So you're going to quit being a pharmacist?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And we also.
There's one other point that I neglected to mention, and that is my client's commitment to the environment. There will be no plastic bags used at these premises. All of the bags that customers take their purchases away with will be provided in these canvas bags, and customers who return with the canvas bags will be entitled to a discount on their future purchases. We will not tolerate.
I think that Frank, I think that's already been determined, hasn't it?
Yeah, it starts to March 2020. Yes.
In Queens?
In the
Yes,
state?
in the state. They can take next year. So they're ahead of the curve.
I don't know if the governor signed it yet.
I don't think it has been, but we're not going to have paper either.
Oh, all right. Okay. I think we're ready.
Go ahead.
Also, I'm a member of New York Wines and Grape Fund
Gross.
Organization, and I've also ordered bags through them.
Ma'am, you're obviously a qualified candidate. You've owned a store before, and we have no bad history on you. That's not really going to be what this comes down to.
Yes. Commissioner Fan.
This is really a 50-50. But given your experience and that the numbers are mostly increasing, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
Excuse me. Can I say something?
The numbers are voting right now.
I'm just looking at it. It's a pretty densely populated area. I think there is public convenience and advantage to be served, so I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny that. We've denied 4 stores since 2013, all within about a little over half a mile, most under 0.4 miles. There are 5 stores within 0.4 miles right now, 2 stores within 0.2 miles. So I just think that there's enough stores there, but I'm only one vote. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I take 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. We're going to take a brief recess. All right, we're back on the record. We're going to recall item 1080, 92 East NY Court.
Yes, good afternoon. Louis C. Rodriguez for Robert Peralta, 92 East NY Court. This is an application for an RW at a restaurant in Central Islip. Sits across the street from the train station. Mr. Peralta is sitting, stands to my right, to your left.
Good afternoon.
Let me get right to something here. Have the issues with the town been cleared up, the public assembly permit?
Yes, I submitted them, we had mailed them in already. The public assembly was issued already. Change of tenant was also done already. Everything was completed. The restaurant has been open.
Yeah, but you were not in court for violations, right? The landlord was in court for violations?
The landlord was, that's correct. That was before, not us. That was the old tenant that used to be there. But the landlord, he cleared up whatever he had to.
And do you know if those violations were cured?
Yes, they were. Some of them dealt with striping. The facade had to be done. The landlord took care of it. That's the reason why they gave us the public assembly. And we've been open for about 2-3 months.
3 months.
3 months now.
Oh, you're open now?
What are
Yes,
your
we are.
hours?
10 a.m. to 11, Monday through Thursday, and Friday and Saturday from 10 to 1.
And it was open at 8 and closed at 11, the first part?
Opens at 10 a.m.
At 10 a.m.
10, okay. Recorded music only, no dancing, no DJs, no promoters?
That's correct. It's a family restaurant, full-service restaurant.
You have a manager?
Yes.
No promoters, nothing, right?
No.
You have a
No.
credit card? Do you have French windows that open?
French windows?
French doors that open?
Doors. We have, yes. Both in the front doors and the back door, obviously the exits in the back, the push bar out.
Is there outside patio service?
No.
No.
We're ready. He's going to have to send in a personal questionnaire for the manager.
We will send it in this week.
Okay, go
Your
ahead.
vote then?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan.
With recorded music only, one manager, French doors, and, French doors and all doors closed by 10 p.m. No outdoor service, no outdoor music. Sunday to Thursday until 11 p.m., Friday, Saturday until 1 a.m. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Bradley.
Does the board get a vote?
Oh, yes he does. Which is why I can only do to commissioner.
So am I chairman for this vote?
You're Chairman Bradley. You're Chairman Ford, yes.
By the power invested in me.
By Tom Donahue.
I approve on all the same grounds as Commissioner Fan.
As do I.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Congratulations on the move here.
Next item is 1076, HHF&B LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Korngut. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I have with me here today Paolo Marigali, who is the owner, and Laura O'Neill, who's going to be the manager of the premises. This is an application for an on-premises liquor license at 525 Greenwich Street. The premises is currently licensed under the hotel license for Fortuna Realty Soho.
So let me stop you there. Is anybody from the community board there?
No.
Anyone from the public?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
The hotel has filed for an alteration application to remove this space from the hotel license, and we'll get into that a little bit later. The applicant will serve temporary Italian cuisine in a fine dining environment. They're going to serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner to accommodate the hotel guests. The premises is generally surrounded by large commercial buildings. Across the street, and I included exhibits in my letter, is the UPS shipping headquarters for all of Manhattan, and that takes up the entire block. Just to give you a little procedural history, the applicant appeared before Manhattan Community Board 2 in September of 2018, and they refused to act essentially because of issues with the hotel and the alleged operation of an unlicensed roof, which we'll discuss in a bit. We then applied for our license in December and appeared at the 500-foot hearing in February of 2019. We appeared at the 500-foot rule hearing, and rather than rehash all those arguments, we're going to rely pretty heavily on the findings of the ALJ, which conclude that the applicant met the statutory burden and demonstrated that the issuance was in the public convenience and advantage. I note that the community board did not appear at the 500-foot rule hearing either. They simply submitted their resolutions from September of 2018.
I know you find that significant, but that's what they regularly do. So
Okay.
that really, to us, does not mean that they do not oppose this as strongly as they've indicated they do. Now, whether they're right or wrong about that, that's another story.
Understood. Just to give you a little.
Go ahead.
Just to give you a little background on Mr. Maragalli, he's owned and managed 2 other restaurants in Manhattan, one within Community Board 2. One of them he shut down in anticipation of opening this new restaurant, which obviously has not worked out as he had planned. And at both of those locations, including the one in Community Board 2, he has no adverse history. And at the meeting, I believe Community Board 2 even acknowledged that he's a good operator and they don't have an issue with him. Basically, the Community Board is opposing because of the actions of the landlord of the hotel. They are alleged to have been operating a rooftop which was not licensed and which was in violation of their stipulations. That area has nothing to do with this application. This is an application for a restaurant on the ground floor, and we can't control the actions of the landlord. The ALJ essentially agreed with this, saying that the community board's opposition was misplaced. When my client appeared at the community board meeting, he agreed to all the stipulations, but they would not allow him to sign them because basically they wanted the liquor authority to pursue disciplinary action against the hotel before they would act on his license. My client has suffered a lot of adverse consequences because of the actions of the landlord. They signed a lease in June of 2018. They've been paying rent, and as I previously mentioned, he closed another establishment in order to focus on this one. And in conclusion, we hope that the board will find the same conclusion as the ALJ and find that the issuance of this license is in the public convenience and advantage.
Exhibit 1 looks like a row of garage doors. What am I looking at there?
That's the UPS shipping facility, which is directly across the street, and it goes basically the whole block.
Okay.
I think it's actually.
And do we?
Oh, I see now.
And we have the alteration application that the hotel's removing this from the.
Well,
none of this makes sense to me. Why is this happening? Why did the hotel want to get out of this?
Why'd the hotel want to? What do you mean?
Well,
get
they
out
already
of it?
have a restaurant there, right? They're already licensed.
Yeah, they are licensed.
So what caused them to basically try to get out of this? Are they operating a rooftop bar and they're afraid they're going to lose their license?
So what happened basically, they already have a license that was covering the whole hotel, but not the rooftop that they have a license. So when we signed the lease as new tenant, what they were supposed to do, they were supposed to do the assignment to remove the restaurant license so we could, as a new tenant, have our own license. But what happened is that since that issue with the community board, they were not able to get approved for the unlicensed roof that they were managing for 4 years, which we are not responsible. So that's what they did.
The problem is I don't want. If what is alleged to be happening is happening, what this is doing is allowing them to continue to have a restaurant in their hotel, which otherwise I'd be taking a license. If what they're saying is going on, they'd lose their license. And do we have any complaints of that?
weird one on the alteration. We disapproved it when that in conditions clearly because this is on the block here.
So,
hold on.
But then I'm looking in here and I'm seeing that on behalf of my client, which is people at the hotel, they were drawing without prejudice for an alteration in that car.
So we shouldn't even be considering it.
Well, it would be a condition of this. They would.
So are you aware that they don't even have an alteration application? That they're currently licensed at the restaurant?
yes, yes. So
Yes.
what was going on was the restaurant location was licensed. They had filed an alteration application to remove the restaurant premises, which was conditionally approved. And then once the board acted on this application, we were going to they were going to finalize the alteration to remove the hotel, and we were going to pick up our license. We found out yesterday that they withdrew the alteration application, and we don't. You'd have to ask them that. I believe it was so that.
Whoa. You're the guy in business with them. Wouldn't you be asking?
So if I can't just speculate it for the what happened is that we are really frustrated because I understand all the position of the community board as your position, because I understand that the hotel itself, he has a history and issue with them. I found myself trapped in the situation because I signed a lease, and actually we start this application with the same liquor attorney of the hotel because we thought it was smooth. It could have been gone a little bit easier, and basically we found out all this issue that they have, the unlicensed bar and all the things. So now what we're trying to do in our side is just to prove and get the application. What they're trying to do, and this is only my idea, is that in order to avoid the community boards, once again, they're trying to remove from one side and put on the other side. But that is just speculation for me.
And just to clarify,
why did they withdraw their alteration application?
I think it's because they wanted to refile with the roof.
Because instead to do two applications, one to remove,
one to remove
then,
and then one to add the roof.
Because they want to have the roof, still they cannot operate it technically.
Well, make it a condition that they have to surrender the other license.
And just to clarify, I'm sorry that you say we're in business with them. We are, but we're essentially a tenant, and things have obviously not gone smoothly. And my client has been misled the whole time. We didn't know that they were withdrawing this application. We found out yesterday.
To be honest with you, that's not my concern. And the other question I have is: are you required to provide food for the hotel guests in the rooms under your lease?
So we have in the lease we are tenants for the restaurant, which we operate on our own, and then we also have to provide what is called hotel functions. That's basically it's a room service, and just in case they have events or meetings.
And delivering alcohol as well as part of that?
No. Just the alcohol is just for the premise on the ground floor. And for the rest, it's just only food. We just deliver food.
So there's some issues that I was reading through this. There seems to be some confusion about the address. So the building on the corner, that's not you guys?
No.
Okay, so are you that area at the base of the hotel in front of it on Brentwood Street? Is that your restaurant?
Yes. So there's a separate entrance from the street, and there's also an entrance through the hotel lobby.
And that's 523.
The hotel is, I believe that the hotel is both 523-525.
Yeah, it's one address, but there is two entrances.
So are you 523 as well, or 525?
The leasing company's both.
I believe,
It's 523,
the leasing company's both. I believe this space is referred to as 525.
So 525 is not the building on the corner?
No. It's all 523-525 is basically the hotel and the restaurant.
The building on the corner is like 100 Van Dam or something, or 1 Van Dam.
The building on the corner is on a different street. It's on Van Dam Street.
Well, the building I'm looking at is on a corner of Greenwich and Spring Street. That's the
And
old
Spring, yeah, I'm not sure what the
Oh.
address there is, but it's not 525 or 523.
That's
There.
2 doors down.
Can we talk to council?
We're going to have a brief recess so the members can discuss the matter with council. All right, so we're back on the record after a conference with council on item 1076.
So we are actually supportive, we can be supportive of your application. That's not the issue. It's that because of the situation with getting your space off their license, that process could take a long time between now and whenever that happens. So the question is whether you still want this, because it may be we may actually not be helping you in the business sense by giving you this license.
Well, exactly. That's also my my main concern, which is, I totally understand what you are saying, and I'm questioning because we don't want to really move forward in this direction, considering also all the lies that have been said until even yesterday. So we're being misleading since the beginning. So my issue now, in order to get out of this situation, is to have, let's say, something official that it's put me in the condition that I cannot get the legal license, not because of me, but because of something that is outside my power and because my landlord basically, because otherwise
Well, then,
I
you
would
know
find
what? We can give you that.
We can help you with that.
Because this is
Yeah, because
this is a first impression for me on something like this.
So
but I think
if I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying to clarify because we are here to do business, and you know how difficult it is in New York to make business. So we open several restaurants. We know what we're doing. We have a good reputation. So we get into this deal in very good faith, and it's almost 1 year that we are dealing with this. So of course trust is not there anymore, and then there is no issue. But since also unfortunately I went through different experience where you know that if you start claiming something but you don't have real things concrete, I don't want to start saying, well, I cannot because I didn't get the license if it's not the case. But if it's the case, that is not because of me, at least I can leverage and maybe get out of the space.
All right. So we officially cannot license two places at the same time, and so for that reason I'm going to deny for now.
Would you mind if I discuss with my client?
No, because this is the direction we're heading in anyway. Go ahead.
Forward. Yes, I'm going to not deny as well. This is confliction here, so I'm going for that.
And I'm going to deny and make it clear that the only reason this is being denied is because of the actions of the current licensee who had an alteration application submitted to us, apparently withdrew it yesterday, which means it's inactive, a couple days ago, which means it's inactive and he would be required to file a new alteration application or surrender the license. Well, he couldn't even surrender this license because it's part of the hotel, right? Which would take months for us to try to unwind. So otherwise you would be granted a license but for their actions. And I'm denying.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next items are 1105, 1106, Juve NY Inc. Just a note for the record, this licensee submit some documents this morning.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Bradley, Commissioner Fanning, Commissioner Ford. I'm Joseph F. Casper, and I'm here with the Risanker family, the proprietors of the establishment. And good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to go through the...
We already took care of the charge.
Oh, we already took care of the charge.
Just to decide the time.
Right, all right. So we sustained the charges that the judge sustained plus charge number 2 in the first proceeding. But go ahead.
Well, we do respectfully rely on the ALJ's finding that we were not running a disorderly establishment as to those 3 issues. As to the matter of becoming a focal point, what I do call to your attention is at your August 10th meeting, there was an issue as to the Portuguese Club, which is down the block. We were operating, I should say, at 14702 Liberty Avenue, and that establishment is at 14721 Liberty Avenue. They're still there. I'm holding in my hands the records from the Portuguese Club that they were addressed for being at disorderly premises on October 21st, 2018.
Anybody get killed there?
Actually, they did have a shooting there, and what I see is that the fine was $1,500. Now, you were talking about $45,000 for this family. That's quite a... what's more, the Portuguese Club is still open.
Hold on for a second. There was a discussion among the members about potential significant civil penalty.
Okay.
In lieu of the...
We are indeed
Hold
ready
on for a second.
I'm sorry, sir.
In lieu of losing the license. I think that's where you...
Sir, I mean, I think you can make any kind of comparisons with other cases that are pending in front of the authority. I think the question was whether the licensee was ready to run this as a restaurant and not a nightclub. I think that was an outstanding question. That's why we went away.
We are indeed prepared to address that. This family put in their application, and in fact, earlier this week we submitted a request indicating we feel there was a misclassification. They always operated as a nightclub. Now, I'm sure you take lots of folks to task, and I've seen you to take folks to task for hypocrisy, for not operating as what they intended. They always intended, and it was their dream for this family to operate a lounge, nightclub. They had a cabaret license from New York City. They renewed their license in 2015, 2016 as a tavern cocktail lounge. In fact, item 13 is checked extensive food service. It specifically addresses nightclubs. So I'm sure you don't want...
Are you talking about the permit for the city?
No, I'm talking about the license, the standardized notice form they submitted, and it was part of
how
their...
about we look at their can we pull up their liquor license application? Does it say restaurant on it? That's the only thing I'm worried about is what his application to us indicates.
I have that, sir. And
well, we do too. So why don't you just hold on a second? We'll find out what it said. Restaurant serving what? It indicates you're a restaurant.
They are aware of that, and they greatly regret having learned when they were here because they understood they were operating as a nightclub. And they had always operated as a nightclub. They had a New York City cabaret license issued up until New York City issued it.
Besides the point, that's not the case, and that wasn't the most serious charge. In fact, the ALJ dismissed that charge. I sustained it, along with the other commissioners. So if there's two choices here. We can shut it, or we can go with the fine that was mentioned before.
Sirs, we really think that is excessive. That is the highest penalty that I have heard to anybody, and this is a small family operation.
Sir, how many people died here?
Nobody. Nobody died there.
How many shootings?
One of the security guards shot somebody.
The shootings were found...
Listen, we're not going to go through everything. This was a violent place, in our view. We acted on it. You went to hearing. You lost at the hearing. Now we're here to decide how that works out for them.
Good sirs, we didn't lose at the hearing. The ALJ found the shootings were totally unrelated to the operation of the premises.
That's completely inaccurate. Sir, the time to argue this case was in front of the ALJ. That time has passed. We're here to work out what the options are for your client. Now, if you're not worried about what those options are, we'll choose one.
We are very interested in what those options are, but we would hope they would be reasonable in consideration of the fact that it's a family business.
Too many people got hurt. This is reasonable. In fact, I'm not the one who offered the money. Fine. And I'm willing to live with it. But I think that this is a violent place and that it doesn't deserve to be open.
So
if they'd like to remain open, we've indicated what that amount is going to be.
Sir, the ALJ specifically found it was not the Wild West.
Here's what we're going to do. You have 5 minutes to go back and talk with your client and figure out which way they want to go, and we'll second call it. Go on to the next case.
I'm sorry, what is the proposed fine?
$45,000, no DJ, hours cut back to 3.
And you're a full restaurant.
Sir, we cannot operate as a restaurant. That's not what we apply to. We're not going to engage in hypocrisy.
The members, hold on. The members going to take a brief recess. We'll be back on record shortly. All right, after a conference with council with respect to items 1105, 1106, they're now back on the record.
Sirs, if I may, I would beg your indulgence to remember that this establishment has a long history of sponsoring civic, community, religious, charitable events, Toys for Tots, cancer care benefits, services for battered women, all of this which was brought out and well on the record before the ALJ. The local precinct even held events there. You're only, unfortunately, hearing of one side. They have contributed greatly to the community. There are no complaints to the community board, not a single one. And we have the support of other representatives in the community, and we think they deserve a break. They
Okay,
also
we got it.
Are we ready to vote then?
I don't know. We're giving them an option. I guess we don't need to.
All right, I'll go to 35,000. That's 3 a.m. closing. And you gotta fix your paperwork.
And no DJ.
Well, they need to operate consistent with their approved method of operation.
Yeah, you are approved as a restaurant.
No,
Sirs, once again, I beg your indulgence.
Hold
They
on,
never
members are
operated
voting.
as a restaurant.
Members are voting.
Can you stop? And I'll go 35,000, but the use of promoters must stop. They have to close 3 a.m.
Okay.
They need to. Do we have anything? Oh, we don't have anything pending because they're shut, right? And they don't open obviously until the check comes in. And they, if you're not, your license says you're a restaurant. That means there needs to be food there. If there's not food there and we come in there, you're going to be in trouble again. If you don't want restaurant on your license, then you need to file an alteration application. But your license says you're a restaurant.
Yes, sirs. Could I have a brief opportunity to address that with them?
Hold on for a second.
Say that again.
We don't allow them to do class change, to license if they move to a different section of law.
They need to follow, since it's their license under.
I get that. So what should they do? So you need to file a class change, not an alteration. All right, now what do you want to say?
I'm sorry, sir?
Now you need to file a class change if you accept this, not an alteration. And now what do you want to say?
I believe that the family is inclined to accept it.
Well, you don't have a choice. That's the penalty.
Oh, yes, sir.
So you'll get a letter in the mail. Can you put in the letter that they need to file a class change? They're not going to be a restaurant.
Remind you short.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
No. Oh, yeah, they can't open until.
That doesn't have been on the court for you, does it?
Well, but they can. You're right. No.
The next item, 1077, Gomez Brothers Wine and Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Moyo from Allen and Fortuna, and I'm the attorney for K&C Liquors, and I'm here in opposition to the Gomez Brothers application.
Hold on. Are the Gomez brothers there?
There's only one Gomez.
You're in opposition?
I'm in opposition. They are here.
Oh, well, they need to come up first. But thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford. I've just been retained. My name is Manuel Vidal, and I'm in Queens, 9-2166th Street, and I've just been retained by the principal who's supposed to be for you, so we'd like to ask respectfully for an adjournment.
Well, Under what basis?
That I've just been retained, and I have to learn the history of the case so I can represent them adequately.
What happened to the road representative?
I have no idea, sir. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Well, there's people here that came to oppose this today because it's on today. So I think that we're going to deal with it today. Is your client here?
Yes.
Then he can come up and keep you up to speed. We're going to hear from the opposition.
Okay, fine.
This has been pending for 7 months, and you come in today as the new attorney. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if the commissioners recall, my client was recently relicensed at 557 East Fordham Road, K&C Liquors. It's a location that had been licensed previously, and the business had been sold, and they went through quite a process getting relicensed and bringing the number of liquor stores in this neighborhood back up to 5, which is what it had been a couple of years ago. And at that point, I know that the commissioners were concerned about saturation in the neighborhood. And 5 is the most stores that there had been in this neighborhood at any time. A new liquor store in this neighborhood would bring the number up to an unprecedented 6 liquor stores, which we believe would be oversaturation in the neighborhood. And from my client's perspective, this location would be a mere 500 feet from them, operating when they have just reopened and are just trying to establish their business. And we don't believe that it would be in the convenience or advantage of the public to have another liquor store in this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else there in opposition?
No.
Okay. We also got a letter from the Belmont Business Improvement District indicating their opposition. Go ahead, sir.
Well, commissioners, as you're aware, there's an incredible infusion of people ethnically coming into that neighborhood. I'm familiar with the neighborhood, that I can tell you. And I think that these people deserve an opportunity as members of an ethnic group to represent their people, bring their products to the store, and have the opportunity to sell it and share with.
Do you know that their ethnic group is not represented in any of the other stores?
No, I don't know. That I don't know.
Okay.
Hold on a minute, please, Commissioner. You know this.
The other liquor stores don't sell Mexican tequila as much as other liquor stores. So what I'm trying to do is just bring more of our traditional drinks that we do. So there will be like Patron, Jimador, Herradura, other marks of Patron that I would want to bring. I don't think it's a competition to them because they have other brands like other cognacs, other whiskeys. So I want this opportunity. I'm 22 years old and I want to come out of the struggle. I want to bring my family out. So if you approve this license to me, it will be a miracle. If I see that the business is competition to them or there's a difference or something, I will ask for a transfer and look for another spot in another area.
Do you have any experience in the liquor industry?
No, sir. This is my first time, and I want to experience it. I want to try a new thing and just move on.
You're aware we just opened a store 389 feet away from where you want to put a store? That's
Yes.
a football field.
Right.
And there's another one just down around the corner.
You are aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware.
And so you just want to focus? You're going to focus on tequilas? Is that what you're saying? And the other stores don't?
The other stores don't. I want to focus on traditional drinks for my country, for Mexico, and that's about it.
And they're not. You're saying they're not selling any tequilas?
They sell like 2 or 3 brands of tequila, but not as other traditional drinks as that I plan to bring on.
Okay. And I want to make it clear also the community board has objected to this application. Nobody's objecting to you, but they believe they have enough stores in the area.
Right, no, I agree.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Fan.
Because of the objection from the community board and the business improvement district, I'm going to vote to deny. Maybe you can find a different location. I support your idea of serving your own community, but perhaps not at this location. Commissioner Ford?
I enjoy your enthusiasm and your passion, and this is nothing against you. I think you probably would be a great owner. I like what your business plan, the tequila-centric, so to speak, but we did just license a store that opened up a couple of months ago, not even. So for that reason, and for the others that Commissioner Fan stated, I have to vote to deny as well.
As do I. I think that you're a good candidate. If you can find another location, there's too many stores within a short distance in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 1128A. This is VS Atlantic Industries LLC. This matter was before you at the last meeting. 1128A. You impose a penalty after the hearing. We'd like to see it was not in the room. However, we found out that I guess counsel's office had advised the attorney that the case would be on today. So I'm sure he did not show up at the last meeting. So I, Chairman's consent to put it back on the calendar to essentially take another look at the penalty.
And what was the penalty?
Pension.
Oh. Okay. Can you put your name on the record?
Yes, my name is Bruce Pravda, Provda, from the law office of Shirova Law Firm. And to my right is Ms. Hunt Mitchell, who is a co-manager of the LLC that the license is granted to.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There was a hearing before Administrative Judge Craig Porges, which he determined that the issues of a shooting and other claims of violence were not founded. Yes, there were issues concerning not having proper receipts, no drinking for pregnancy signs were incomplete, that there was a March investigation, and they found from the Department of Health there was an issue with the food, there was an issue that the back door of the kitchen was locked and it shouldn't have been locked. They did not find any issue of DJs, nor was the issues of physical acts or assaults the problem or the basis of the restaurant.
So let's be clear here. One,
Go ahead.
He didn't find that the assaults didn't occur.
No, that's correct.
He found that there wasn't enough evidence to support a disorderly charge. So the assaults did occur. Second, you just skipped over. You mentioned a number of charges. The biggest one that you failed to mention is the focal point charge, and it's focal point for police attention, which he did sustain based on all of the activity that occurred there, that activity led us to do a summary suspension, which we don't do that many of. So don't act like these charges were not serious and that the serious ones weren't sustained, because the most serious one was sustained.
Sir, I am not diminishing or nullifying.
I just thought you didn't mention it.
The court is well aware, the board is well aware of all the charges that were done. The fact is that the charges of a suspension or cancellation of license aren't called for. It's called for a fine if at best it did not call for anything else.
focal point for police attention when you've only been open for like, what, 6 months?
It was open 6 months, and unfortunately, at a shorter period of time, there were a couple of incidents that occurred. And that gave the focal point.
We're going to call a murder an incident.
The murder happened around the corner.
You've been open 6 months. There's a body, not to mention someone that's seriously injured from being hit by a rock. And I recall her coming before the board and telling us, because she used to work there, am I incorrect in remembering that?
No, you're
and telling us
absolutely
that she wanted it to be different.
And it is
It's
different.
not. Yeah, really? Yeah,
Okay,
somebody died.
can I ask you something, Commissioner? What is the standard if somebody is shot outside a bar 300 feet from the bar? Is there a statute of a radius? If there's a shooting, if it's a shooting in the bar, that's completely different. There was a tragic shooting. This neighborhood is in transgressions. And there was a beef, and it was distinctly testified to at the hearing between this gentleman and a friend of his. And they had a beef. And the friend...
Sir, you can sit there and call it a beef. The problem is, and this is a major problem for this place and many others, that when the police have to sit in front of a place with their lights on, in order to let people leave safely, and even then they're not leaving safely, it's a place that should not be open.
That's not correct.
That's not true.
That's not correct. The police officer who sits in the patrol car stated in his testimony that 500 feet or 800 feet is another bar called the Milk River. And the crowd from Milk River comes down that block. And he couldn't distinguish any crowds from her bar, her restaurant, causing the problem. In fact, he said the bar was closed, the restaurant was closed. So the people from Milk River come down that block, which is a busy block, and he couldn't distinguish if it was the Milk River patrons that caused the problem or it was a commingling of others.
So he's sitting down in front of her bar with the lights on for no reason.
Is not correct.
Can I speak, please? I'm sorry, Commissioner. My name is Shanelka Hunt Mitchell. I remember standing before you.
Okay.
I know. I remember standing before you last year, April, and you granted me the opportunity to fulfill my dreams. It literally was one of the best days of my life. I had been a career bartender working in the service industry for 16 years, and it always was a dream of mine. You took a chance on me, and I am forever grateful. It's not something that I would ever take for granted. You told me that if I messed this up, you would never give me another license. And I took heed to it. But I am the victim here.
How?
I'm sorry, we didn't hear that.
How did you take heed to it?
I am the victim here. I opened the doors with clear and positive intentions. The people that walk through the doors sometimes are dream killers. They have nothing to live for.
Well, apparently one of them is not.
Well, you know what? That's not accurate, and that is biased.
Sir,
the shooting occurred beyond the bar, sir. You're blaming her bar for a shooting?
I'm not blaming her. I'm blaming the bar. The testimony in this hearing was that she was aware he was in the bar. She was aware people were after him that night. And instead of calling the police, she asked him to get out of the bar. And then he got out of the bar and he got shot.
No, that's not what happened, Commissioner. On October 23rd, I called the 77th precinct and I asked them for police presence. They told me they could not do that.
This is the problem. Ma'am, there shouldn't be a police presence necessary.
But they're saying that they've been giving me police presence, but that was not the truth. They never sat outside. If they sat outside, why would somebody kill somebody around the corner? That's not the truth.
The guy
Who
was there
killed somebody with police presence?
Why would they lie?
Why?
Because they have it out for me since Beehive. They didn't want Beehive there, and they don't want the Atlantic Boat Club there. If they were really sitting outside every day, none of these violent occurrences could have occurred. Because it's not true. They've never sat outside since we've been open. They've never been inside of my restaurant. They couldn't tell you what the inside of my restaurant looks like until the day that Kevin was murdered. And Kevin was my friend.
I'm sure he was. I don't believe you had him murdered. I know that. I'm sure he was your friend.
I called on October 23rd, telling them that I heard of threats on his life. I asked them if maybe they could have a cop car sit outside. I didn't know what else to do. They said they couldn't do that. They said if something happened to call 911. That's what they told me. They said if something happened 2 weeks later, my friend is dead around the corner from my restaurant.
You sat here and told us this place was going to be different. It clearly is not.
It totally is different.
Different from what, sir? The Beehive? Are you biased so much on the Beehive because she was a bartender in that club, and as a result, the sins of the father are inherited by the children? She didn't do anything. She was a bartender. She didn't run that.
It's totally different. I have
She didn't run that bar.
entrees, $45 entrees on Atlantic in Brooklyn. That's not the norm anywhere in Brooklyn. We're known for our food. We don't have a DJ. We don't have a promoter. We don't have a dance floor. We have tables everywhere. We have an open kitchen. Beehive had a kitchen in the basement. It is totally different.
Now, sir, you're stating that there was also a rock incident, that somebody got hit by a rock. Did you read the testimony of the person who got struck by the rock? He was going home. He was cleaning up. He left the bar. He was crossing the street. And some maniac, instead of pushing him in front of a subway, because there was no subway there was a street, picks up a rock, throws it at him, and hits him in the head. And that's what he testified to. Now, if you look at the police report, it states he got a rock thrown at him in the bar. And here's the guy who got hit, and the cops are saying one thing, and he is saying what happened. Then on top of that, at the SLA hearing, my client, they brought the rock in to the restaurant to give it to the police as a weapon. And what happens? The SLA prosecutor, they take photos and state, oh, the rock was in the restaurant because that's where the rock was thrown. How dare they? They lied on that report. I don't like to use the word lie. I'll use a nicer word. Prevaricated on that. Means the same thing, but it's sweeter sounding. The fact is, she has been blamed for things that shouldn't be blamed to her. And she has an opportunity, and you should give her an opportunity, and forget about the Beehive and her connection. That means nothing to the work hard ethic of her. The premises has been closed for liquor. The lights are gone out. Half a dozen people are going to lose their job for something that she didn't do and couldn't help. Because the cops wrote reports that weren't truly accurate. And I stand by that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, so we've already determined the charges. We're voting on the penalty. Commissioner Fan. I take it back. You didn't mention. No, you didn't.
Yeah, we did vote.
On the penalty then.
Well, I mean, they were all sustained except 2 and 3.
These incidents are very, very unfortunate, but from the information I have, I do realize that we serve really good food at the restaurant and that the community actually does like you. So I don't know what the other two commissioners are going to do, but I'm going to go with one more chance. I'm at 50,000.
Thank you, God.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm looking at it. These charges, focal point for police attention, but the rest of them, books of records, warning signs, health regulations, failing to form an application. Look at most of the charges. Irrespective of what's happened here with someone getting shot outside, if I'm just looking strictly at the charges themselves, I was willing to give you one more chance too, and I wasn't going to go as high as 50,000. I was thinking more like 20 or 25. And then one more time and done.
Require security.
Yeah, we're going to require security guards. What are your hours right now?
We're 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Monday to Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday to 2 a.m.
So the hours aren't even like that late. No, you're not using promoters, are you?
No promoters, no DJ. I was actually fighting for security, then I was told that I couldn't have security.
What else can we do here to discourage the kind of crowd that you've been attracting?
We do need security because there's no way that I can stop someone from coming in. If there's no way I can enforce any rules without security.
The neighborhood
And a dress code.
The neighborhood's transgressing. The neighborhood is in transgression. It used to be a really bucket of blood in that area. But millennials are buying $1 million condos across the street from the bar. So I'm presuming that within the next 2 or 3 years, that neighborhood will no longer be a problem. But the neighborhood is still rough around the edges. And
All right.
so, therefore, a security guard is necessary.
I want to go with a $25,000 fine and 2 security guards every night.
How about $15,000?
See, this isn't a negotiation.
25.
Well, why not? Why shouldn't it be open
25.
negotiation?
Is that Commissioner Ford finished?
25 and 2 security guards every night. And if you have a clean bill of health after a year or so, you can come back and talk about security guards again.
And I am at cancel and bond, name stop, location stop. These charges are almost identical to exactly what was occurring at this location with the prior licensee. I am disappointed in myself for granting this license because somebody is dead now because of it, and I don't think she's capable of running this establishment the way it's supposed to be run. So I would you guys can determine what the amount is, but I wouldn't go below $50,000.
I'm at 50.
50 or nothing.
Are you ready?
And the security guards, yes.
So it would be $1,000 plus 2 security guards every night.
Yes.
And Commissioner Fan? And Chairman, you're voting for cancel and bond.
Cancel bond, name stop, location stop.
So, because it was difficult to hear you, so it's 2 security guards every night, and the penalty is $50,000?
Yes,
correct.
$25,000?
50.
It's $50,000.
Okay.
Will the summary stay in effect until that is paid?
Yes. That's the way it always is.
What is it? I'm sorry.
So she'll be getting her
That's what we're
decision
Hold on
and then
for-
be able
Hold on for a second.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So just make sure that the licensee is aware that the summary suspension stays in effect until the fine is paid.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next item is 1033, St. Vince Group LLC.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Hello, I'm
Mr.
Christine.
Chairman.
Sorry, I'm Christine Trippi. I'm one of the licensees. This is
Stephen Choi, I'm licensee as well.
we're requesting an extension to our liquor license to 4 a.m. And there are several reasons that we're requesting an extension to our liquor license. We got it last year, and we had a full board hearing on June 27th of 2018. We were granted by Commissioner Ford. He said, have you read the stipulations the ALJ suggested? The operating hours, 12 to 2 a.m. daily. Have you heard that list of stipulations? And then when we were issued our physical liquor license, it seems there was an error made on our paper license that allowed us to operate until midnight on weekdays and 2 a.m. on weekends. When we called and emailed to get a correction to the liquor license, we were told no error had been made. So we're simply calling, we're before you today to get the extension.
What's the error? You think that you had 4 a.m. the stipulations?
No, on the error we've had back last year was during the hearing, Commissioner Ford had asked us if 12 to 2 a.m. daily was okay with us, and we agreed to that. That was a verbal statement that Commissioner Ford had made, and that was in the hearing.
Did the rest of us vote in that direction as well? Like, he can't just by himself decide that. We all have to agree.
Yes, that was
the
agreed.
vote.
So you thought you had 2 a.m.
Yes.
But that's not on your license. But now you want 4 a.m. So what does that have to do with anything?
So we had, when we called and emailed last year to ask for the what we had believed we had been granted with the 2 a.m., we were told that we had to wait for a period of time. So we decided, all right, well, we'll wait until some time passed, and we've waited for a year. We reapplied, and now that it's been some time, we've realized that most of our neighbors have 4 a.m. licenses, so we decided that we would like to be in line with the rest of our neighbors and have a 4 a.m. liquor license.
You didn't go to the community board for this, though, did you?
No, the community board initially, from day one when we first applied, had a blanket denied everything that we had applied for. So
because you're also asking for DJ karaoke, live music, jukebox as well, correct?
No jukebox, just but yes, a DJ, karaoke, and live music.
So, I mean, your bar happens to be in it's a East Village, a very volatile area for bars in Manhattan.
Well,
and
I don't think.
Well, you got to listen to me.
You need to let the chairman finish.
The point being that, as a result, the community board, which is, as you noticed, gave you a blanket denial on your application. They're not going to be happy about us granting this, even if we were inclined to, without you talking to them first.
The thing, last year when we came before you, you guys had a problem with the community board because of that blanket denial.
That doesn't mean you're not supposed to go talk to them. I did probably have a problem with a blanket denial, and if they give you another blanket denial, I'll probably have a problem with that. But they still have to be consulted.
Okay, I understand that.
We want you to take it back to the community board so we can put this.
I mean, that's where I am. I don't know. I'm sure that's where she is.
Well, we can. The main concern is that at that time when we on June 27th. Commissioner Ford said that if we read the stipulations, and one of the things that he had said was 12 to 2 a.m., and everyone on that board agreed with that, and we agreed with that.
Well, our
All right, fair enough.
Here's the thing. If you do not agree with the members...
All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to vote to approve until 2 a.m. across the board and deny everything else, and then you guys can file again and go to the community board next time with 4 a.m. and music. That's fine.
Okay.
So you're saying
you're gonna take the call from them?
to go to 2 a.m. across the board?
I don't know that they were correct. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But all right, I don't disagree with you.
So 2 a.m. across the board.
Can I just mention one other thing? The 2 a.m. would be fine, but previous to us taking over that space, it's been the same name, the same design for over 10 years, and they had live music there as well. And
we can't. Listen, there's no way that we can grant you live music or a DJ without the community board weighing in. That's just not going to happen.
Okay,
it doesn't mean you can't get them to agree to it, but I'm not doing it without them weighing in. And if they deny you, it doesn't mean we won't do it either. But they have a right to have their say.
Okay.
Understood.
Yeah, I will give you to 2 a.m. That only that.
And everything else tonight.
Everything else tonight, yes.
Okay, may I ask one other thing?
Yeah, she should go ahead. She can answer.
We have French doors that are permitted to be open until 9 p.m. May we have that extended until at least 10 p.m.?
No. You have to understand the neighborhood you're in.
I know. It's just that our other neighbors keep their doors open until
I know,
at
but
least
some of
11.
those neighbors all got that right by going through the community board. And whether the community board agreed with it or not, then they came here, and that's where it ended up. For whatever reason, and maybe they feel better about you now since you've been there a year. They did not feel good about you initially, and it may be because of who owned the place before you, having nothing to do with you.
Okay.
But all of that has to go through them because, it's not just your bar, but when you put them all together, they affect everybody's life in that neighborhood because the buildings are so low.
Sure.
All right, so I'll do 2 a.m. too, and then reapply for everything else.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 1094, Lupita Villa 4.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Aurelia Tavares. Good afternoon, Commissioner Fan, Ford. Hi. Commissioner Held. Chairman Bradley.
Go ahead.
I'm here for the applicant, Lupita Villa Corp. DBA Tequila Sunrise, located at 132 West Fordham Road. It's a restaurant with 5 employees. The principal is here, Irma Ramirez. The principal is a senior operator. She has worked in diners. She's a bartender. She's certified. She's a mixologist. We're opening a Mexican restaurant under 74 capacity. Any other questions that you have?
Is she open right now for food?
No.
There's a Tequila Sunrise in Larchmont, New York. Is this affiliated with that?
No. There's also one on Northern Boulevard. No. In Queens.
Does she know the former applicant does she know the former applicant that applied in July of 2018?
No, Chairman Bradley, but I'll let her, if you have questions, she can answer.
Hello. No, I have no affiliations with any other applicants. Hello.
Is this her first restaurant?
Yes.
We're actually going to file a class change. She made a mistake. She was supposed to file as a tavern, and she did it herself, and she made a couple of mistakes there. One of them was failing to add live music, mariachi, because it's a Mexican restaurant. So I sent an email to the community board. They just wanted a little more information, and pending that, can we have live music? I think they're going to approve it because this has never been a problem location, I don't think. And hours of operation, that's why we wanted to do tavern, because she thought she could be open till 4 a.m. as a restaurant. I said, well, let's work on some modified hours, and when we file your class change, if you need it, we'll do until 4. But her hours of operation are 2 a.m. across the board, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Can we make her tavern right now, or is that too big of a...
Can we do it?
Hold on. Is that a big issue?
So what?
Big issue.
It's not just, has all parties been notified by community board? Have we notified them from that?
So we're better off doing the class change.
We can do it here. Did you, that's Mr. Veras, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Veras, did you indicate that you re-notified the community board as a tavern?
I just got
and all the other parts of the method of operation that are being changed to?
Yeah, I can send you a copy. I'll put it right. I'll personally deliver it, or have her personally deliver it today, and we send you a stamped copy today before end of business.
But when did you notify them?
About an hour ago. I'm sorry, I just came on this because I saw the mistakes you made.
Yeah.
Hold it over so that the community board has a proper time to wait.
Okay. Why don't we go to, what's the next one, 6:15?
I'm sorry, what was the decision? We couldn't hear.
Mr. Maris, hold on.
I couldn't hear you.
6.
So, you got to hold it for 30 days unless she gets a waiver. You're not going to know that.
I don't want to put 30 days on this. No, we're going to...
Well, that's...
I know, so we're going to grant it. She's going to have to file a class.
But she's no intention of filing operating as a restaurant?
Yeah, you're going to be able to operate as a restaurant until then, right?
We're just asking for live music, Chairman Bradley, because of the mariachi. It would be ridiculous to, you know, because we're going to be buying.
Is what I'm saying not going through the microphone?
No, it's getting there. It's just
I'm not hearing you well, no.
I'm asking you, if we grant this today, is she capable of operating as a restaurant
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Chairman Bradley.
with a full menu?
Yes, absolutely.
Also, all she wants to do is add live music.
Yes.
So the notice to the community board was just about the live music.
Correct. The mariachi.
Where did the tavern come from?
Maybe she doesn't think you.
All right, well, they didn't weigh in on the license, so I don't really have a problem having the live music.
Leave it as a restaurant.
You can have your mariachi.
So we're leaving it as a restaurant.
Okay,
Go ahead.
no problem, Chairman Bradley.
I
And
didn't-
hours of
Remember
me? Do you remember? He says, excuse me? Do you remember Commissioner?
I know her from Hollywood Diner.
Oh. Ah.
Do you?
She knows you from Hollywood Diner.
Oh.
Cute.
Okay, I think we're ready.
All right, so you ready to vote?
So, with hours until 2 a.m., do you have a manager?
She's going to be on site because she quit her other job. She's going to be there the whole time because
Okay, with no manager, no security guard, acoustic live music only, 2 a.m. across the board, I vote to approve.
I vote to approve on the same conditions.
Chairman Brown.
Let's do it.
Thank you, members of the authority.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
10:32.
Okay.
Lima Restaurant Court.
She's lying. She's looking
10:32.
10:32. Lima Restaurant Court.
Hello, Commissioners. Hello. How are you? My name is Carlos Mejia. I am the principal owner of Lima Restaurant Bar in Jackson Heights, New York. I've been open since 2015. I applied for my liquor license in 2016. I was approved by you guys. I'm here today to change the hours of operations. We have a clean bill of health. We've never had an issue. And I'm here to hear any question you guys have.
So you got Queens Community Board to approve it? Looks like
Yes, they're 35 to 1.
in favor. One
Yep.
opposed. So
They actually come to the restaurant to eat.
okay, that's good. If they're okay with it, I'm okay with it.
So, the stipulation though is 3 a.m. and service. Alcohol service will stop 1 hour before closing.
Correct, yes.
Open until 1 hour before closing.
Correct.
So you stop service at 3 and the kitchen also closes at 3.
3, yep.
And that you will have one security guard between 10 and 4 on Fridays.
We have security guards now.
And 2 security guards on Saturday.
Correct. We have security guards today now.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go along with that.
I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The next item is 10:46. Giddy Ganesh Ram Restaurant Court. 10:46.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Frank Lillo again.
Sustain 1 and sustain 2.
Commissioner Bradley, I think there's only one charge in the notice of pleading. Do you have an amended pleading?
There's an amended pleading, the date of the hearing.
With 2 charges on it or 1?
With 2 charges.
Yeah.
Were you not served with that?
No, I'm sure that I was. I just couldn't find it in my files. My problem with that, though, is that I think the second charge is failure to adhere to the method of operation, when I think it should have been unlicensed alteration.
The premises layout not in confirmation with the diagram represented.
No, it's should be an alteration.
In addition to that, if I can also point out this case, this licensee.
Did you make that argument?
I did. I was told it would be noted for the record, but it wasn't. There's also another issue, and that is that
What's the other issue?
I'm just finding it. On December 6, 2017, the full board imposed a $25,000 civil penalty. One of the charges was failure to comply. Now, what happened here is, even though it was the same exact day and the same exact charge, the authority brought the failure to comply because there was a DJ. I argued at the hearing, and I renew my argument. This charge has previously been brought. We did not comply with our application, and we paid the penalty for it.
On what date are you saying?
On December 6, 2017, the authority levied a $25,000 civil penalty.
Yeah, but what was the date of that?
August 5th, 2017.
That was for maximum occupancy. The failure to comply on August 5th, 2017.
But it was a failure to comply.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
on a different basis.
Not
It's
failure
almost-
to comply with, no, Mr. Palillo. It was not failure to
Done.
conform to the application. It was failure to comply with the local reg for maximum occupancy.
This charge is failure to conform to the application. So I'll dismiss the second one. If it should be alteration.
We asked for a minimal fine. This licensee paid a very, very large fine for the events that occurred on August 5th, 2017. It seems as though we're going right back to a date that we've already paid a penalty for.
I don't understand
Mr.
why this
Palillo, the
happened.
$25,000 fine was for a bunch of charges, August of 2016, October 2016, February 2017.
But he's right. One of them was August
Uh,
2017.
yeah, one-
Why would that be in there?
I know. My note was this is duplicative of the
There were two charges on that date. All the other charges were...
No, I get that. I just don't know why we're doing two cases.
It appears those duplicates.
Hold on for a second, Mr. Palillo. I'm guessing that...
Two different referrals.
It was a police referral. This one was our own investigator.
Okay.
So they may have done a separate, maybe like a March operation or something, and they...
With all due respect, Latasha Clanton's report was included in the first charges that were brought. It was part of the bill of particulars.
Well,
Mr. Donahue, that I know.
This charge was not litigated on the last case. That I know, and that's clear. And
No, but it's the same
given
date, is my point.
Given the history here, they're heading in a bad direction. If that other charge was sustained, they were going to get dismissed by me. That probably saved them. So they're going to get. Is anything pending here?
Yes. Yes, there's something pending.
All right. Okay, so you guys go ahead.
I believe the charge is duplicative. It's the same date and the same referral report.
It's not the same violation.
I understand that.
All right. For just one charge, I'm at 2,500.
Motion forward.
I'll go with 2,500 as well.
2,500. You're telling me the charges that are pending are also from August 5th?
No. No, there's different charges.
All right. All right, 2,500.
Next case is...
Thank you.
1089, Cheap Shots Cross Bay, Inc.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Fair, Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Halt. Commissioner Halt, if I may, I'd like to join in with the comments made by my brethren here today, and we're going to miss you. We wish you success.
Thank you.
You're a wonderful person. You're an outstanding public servant, and all the success in the world to you and your family. And thank you for being a dedicated person. We appreciate it.
Success.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
Letter of warning, accept.
Commissioner Ford.
I did not accept the letter of warning. I had $1,500.
That's what I got too. Counter 15. You'll get a letter. Did you hear us?
Coming through, loud and clear, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, some people can't hear. That's why I'm asking.
People don't want to hear.
Well, that's it.
The next item is 11.
A lot of things wrong with me, but my hearing's okay. Thank
No,
you.
I'm not. I'm talking about the equipment, not your equipment.
Okay. Appreciate that.
So let's move on now.
All right.
1104, Himalayan Special Inc.
Listen, Mr. Lupin, Kerry Katsouris for the licensee. This is a no contest. Mistakes were made from day one with this licensee and the operation of the restaurant. There's a corporate change application that's pending. There's an endorsement application that's pending. We have to change the method of operation. All I'm asking is that if you would permit the licensee by payment of a fine to permit me to straighten them out so I can get this place properly licensed.
Are you aware there's a pending shooting case in front of it?
No, sir.
Well, there was.
There was no legal help in this matter in filing these papers. Everything was done improperly and wrong. I want to see if I can help them, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're ready to vote.
Okay, Commissioner Fan.
I'm a cancel and bond.
Commissioner Ford. I need to vote you.
I'm going to go with cancel and bond as well.
Cancel and bond. Sorry.
Would you please consider a fine? I know you voted.
I let them go because I wasn't going to consider a fine, and they ironically agreed with me. Go ahead.
Next item is 1070. Devon.
Good afternoon. This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charges.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
2,500, accept.
Next item is 1119. 240 Pub Inc.
This matter is actually part of the next offer. In this case, we worked on an offer with Counsel Riano with regard to the matter and submitted a certificate or a letter of relief from the court with regard to the charge. The penalty was split between this license premise, which is the offer before you, and the next case, which you are about to hear.
So here's, and maybe you looked this up or you didn't, I don't know, but there's no, as our attorneys pointed out, and I believe you probably already know, there's no felony for structuring a New York penal law.
Correct.
And then there's no, so we don't know what level felony this would be. My problem being that he's convicted of conspiracy to commit this, and in New York penal law, a conspiracy to commit, I believe, definitely an E and possibly a D felony is an A misdemeanor.
Right. Well, because of the fact that we both agreed when I went over this with Counsel Riano that there was no New York equivalent to this, we went back and forth in detail, and he had indicated to me that if we get the letter from the court that is the equivalent of the certificate of relief from civil disability, that would be enough with an offer of compromise to resolve the matter.
Okay. All right, then I'll take it. I was just wondering if you could have done better, but
it was something that had to also be dealt with, Mr. Chairman, because there are corporate change applications pending.
All right, I'll accept.
I'll accept.
On both 1119 and then 1120.
For each.
1122?
Yes, 1120 companion case.
Okay.
35 each.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry, I thought this guy had more establishments.
He has these two establishments, Commissioner.
He doesn't own the other one on 35th Street?
On 35th? No, yes, he does. That's Jack Doyle's, which is the first one here. 240 BBJ Pub Inc.
He
And then the
doesn't
second.
own the bar that's like down the street from Jack Doyle's?
No, that's his son. His son has that place.
Oh, okay, got it.
Just take a second. Jackie, I wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you, Terry.
on this for a second. I gotta. The next item I have is 1103, Orchard Street Enterprises LLC.
Oh, Orchard. Sorry about that, Thomas McCowan. I thought I signed him in a different order. Thomas McCowan, here to represent the licensee, two owners, Sean and James Carano. A little context will be valuable here. What the charges that were sustained will not be happening again. What we had was a promotion for the Sci-Fi Network where it was holiday themed, and the two charges that were sustained were violations of stipulations. One was a line, and this was the popularity of this promotion for the Sci-Fi Network, which is really just checking ID at the door. ALJ saw it differently. And the other violation, which was sustained, was a happy hour. The sci-fi program was called Happy. So there was a lot of signage that said Happy, come in for the happy hour. They do not have a happy hour. They've never had a happy hour. But I just want to have you factor that context in. The third charge we pled no contest to, which was the unauthorized additional bar. That was done ad hoc for some of the crowding. So I ask that you take into consideration it was a 10-day period promoting this new Sci-Fi Network program, and based upon my representations, any questions you have of the principals, but that was it. Out of the three charges, two of them were not violations of stipulations. It was just the 10-day period, and the ALJ saw it differently.
All right, so dismiss 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, sustain 4, withdraw 5. The question I have is, and I get that the DJ was not on their original application and that they're using a DJ. Would it be helpful to us if they at least notified us that they're using a DJ so that our investigators don't go in there and do the same thing again?
Well, if it's not on the application and you want to have it now, it's up to you. Or you want to
Well, I'm not going to make them go through everything because obviously at the time that they got their license, it was legal to do it this way.
Okay, then we can just have it added on.
All right, so I'm going to just have them add on the DJ to their license.
That I appreciate that. That would be great.
And I think we probably should dismiss 4 because of the confusion between the happy hour versus the name Happy of the TV show.
Yeah, I agree, Commissioner Fan. It was very ambiguous, the time.
If nothing else, you're flexible. All right, I'll dismiss 4.
I'm at 2,000.
2,000, yep.
So it's dismiss 1, sustain 2 and 3, dismiss 4, withdraw 5, 2,000. And add the DJ to the license officially.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next item is 1085, Frenchman Park LLC.
Conditional no contest plea, letter of warning.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
Next item, 1071, Holland Cocktail Lounge, Inc.
Holland Cocktail Lounge, it's a conditional no contest plea. These were violations at the New York City Health Code. I ask that the members take into consideration that they've already paid penalties directly to the health department. These are all just duplicative. They have been rectified. I've seen the exterminators' bills. I've seen a number of different things. A lot of it was just cleaning mildew. It's an old bar. So I ask you to take into consideration so we don't have the double jeopardy of a double penalty.
Okay.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
Next item is 1038, Inwood Beer Garden and Bistro, Inc.
Mr. Donahue, I signed in for another one. Not a chance, Palillo. Do you have one here for Castaway 906? Castaway 906 Beach Court?
Hold on.
I think it was 1040. I think 1040.
Highly irregular.
Quiet in back.
You have to work on your printing.
See, that's what happens when the babysitters aren't down.
All right, 1040 Castaway, 906 Beachport.
My understanding is it's before the members. There was one complaint. It's a neighbor who lives a few doors down. The West End Civic Association and the licensee, or the applicant licensee, entered into a very comprehensive stipulation. It's been working out great. They've been operating on their 90-day temporary retail permit without issue. I think that's the reason it's before the members.
Where's your client?
He called me this morning. I was going to have him come up. He was going to try to cancel his day at work. I said, I will just come up and appear. I didn't think it warranted his coming up here for this, and he described the neighbors. The neighbor lives a couple of doors down, and, you know.
Jackie, so this wouldn't be here but for that one resident?
Well, in one way, aspect because the prior license was canceled.
Okay. But he's good with every stipulation they entered into?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I appeared before the members with the 90-day permit to address the issue that Ms. Held just spoke of. There's no connection with the prior licensee.
Who is this association? Are they officially sanctioned or what?
Yeah, on Long Beach, there are a great many bars and restaurants in Long Beach, the city of Long Beach. And it's a civic association. The equivalent being the city of Long Beach is the equivalent of what you may have with community boards, but it's not within the 5 boroughs.
But they're not appointed by the municipality. They're trying to get themselves, I've spoken with them at length, they're trying to get themselves basically
and they recommend it.
So we do all that?
Aye.
Yeah.
Yes, I will vote to approve based on the lengthy 3-page
Okay.
stipulation.
Now the next item is 1038, Inwood Beer Garden Bistro, Inc.
Mr. Donahue, one more thing, please. Ms. Held, I amplify everything that everyone has commended you on today, and you will be missed tremendously. Best of luck.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan.
You're welcome.
Oh, I thought he had another case.
No.
Oh, that's what he has.
Come on, Mr. Padilla, let's get up here.
I need a case called.
I just called it, 1038. Inwood Beer Garden Bistro, Inc.
Dismiss 1 and dismiss 2. What a waste of time this was.
You all good with that?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, the next item, 1052.
Commissioner Held, thank you for your years of service.
Thank you.
Have a good day, folks.
Next item is 1052. Yalitza Corporation.
Accept. Well, is there an attorney here? Okay.
I'm here. Thank you, members. And Jackie, you'll be missed, and thank you for being fair and honest and just an amazing, amazing person.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item is 1126. Pico de Gallo Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon. My name is Bart Mayo. I represent the applicant, Pico de Gallo Restaurant Corp.
What's your name?
Bart Mayo, M-A-Y-O-L.
Where's Mr. Oliveira?
Excuse me.
He did the application. Did we get a notice?
I don't think. I don't know who Mr. Oliveira is. I don't believe he's the attorney. I believe he works for the Castle Hill company that helped Mr. Moscoso Martinez with the application.
Did you file have you filed a notice of appearance?
Yes, I filed a notice of appearance about 2 hours ago when I checked in.
What's he doing different than what's he doing different than the previous licensees?
Well, he's not violating this is a new application. The different thing he's doing is that he's not serving any liquor there while he has since he started this business.
Looks like you have
I'm sorry?
I was looking at your menu. I was looking at this one yesterday. You have quite the extensive menu, so it seems like it definitely seems intent on operating as a legitimate restaurant this time, as opposed
Yes.
to
Yes.
a license to.
What are the hours?
¿Cuáles son las horas?
Dígame. Las horas.
Sí.
De 8 a 11 de la noche.
From 8 in the morning until 11 at night.
Wait, what? What is it?
La noche.
Oh, I'm sorry, 8 at night until 11.
The application says 2.
I have a couple different versions here. There is 8-2, active between 11 and 2.
Which is basically 3 hours.
Yes. I'm sorry. 11 to 2.
11 p.m. to 2?
11 p.m. to 2 a.m. That's
That means it's open for 3 hours.
Yes.
You're definitely not a restaurant if you're open between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m.
Well, ¿a qué hora? En la mañana.
En la mañana. Y a las 2. Toda la mañana.
Well, what he's telling me is that he's open in the morning from 8 in the morning until 11 at night, essentially.
So now it's 8 in the morning till 11 at night.
Yes.
That's what he's getting at.
All right. Do you have a manager?
Excuse me?
Do you have a manager?
Yes, there is a manager from the hours that Mr. Moscoso's not there. And that's from 8 in the morning until the time Mr. Moscoso comes on in the evening.
Which is when?
¿A qué hora tú entras?
Las 10 de la mañana.
¿A qué hora tú entras a la mañana?
9. A las 9.
No, pero en la noche, ¿a qué hora tú entras a trabajar?
A las 7.
It's 7 at night, Your Honor.
Where
I'm
is
sorry.
he during the day?
Excuse me?
What's he do during the day?
¿Qué tú haces durante el día?
Durante el día, comprar lo que haga falta para el restaurante.
He's running around getting items that he needs for the restaurant.
All day?
Most of the day.
Till 7 at night?
Most of the day, he's running around getting other items for the business, doing work preparation for the business, Your Honor, sirs.
Where?
Throughout the Bronx. Throughout the
Does
Bronx.
he have another job?
¿Tiene otro trabajo?
No.
No, he does not.
So you're telling me that he has to run errands for the restaurant from pretty much 9 to 7 at night until he shows up at the restaurant?
Well, it's not exactly. He has to rest. He has other family members that he takes care of, things like that. It's not a full day, but whenever he's not there, he has a manager running the business.
That we don't have any information on. Is there a manager there now?
Yes, there is. ¿Cómo se llama la gerente que trabaja allí?
Elena Martínez.
Yes, there's a lady, Elena Martinez. ¿Y cuál es la relación?
No, ninguna.
No relation. She's just the manager.
She needs to file a personal questionnaire with us.
Anything else?
And no word whatsoever from Bronx Community Board 5. You filed, but no response.
All right,
Okay.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Fan.
For a restaurant wine license until 11 p.m., including one manager for whom you will file a personal questionnaire. Background music only, no security guards, no dancing, no live music, no promoters. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
On same conditions, I vote to approve as well.
Democrat.
I vote to approve as well. Same conditions. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next item is 1102, Gateway Beer Garden, Inc.
Timothy Almec for the licensee, and with me is the principal's wife, Basmati Singh. I think it's 50-50. It's a default. I checked the mailing. It looks like it was delivered. They're saying they didn't receive it. They did have
It looks like it was delivered during business hours, too.
Yeah, 5:52 is what I see.
So what do you want to do?
So I was trying to get the police report on the disorderly. I didn't see that.
Well, that's kind of irrelevant to me because it was delivered. So we're going to just fine at this point. Go ahead.
Mr. Fan.
I'm at 15,000.
Find out.
Commissioner Ford?
I had written down that I thought the place should be closed.
Apparently not.
Well, I think that's something.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with 20,000.
I will go with 15. Do we have anything pending?
Yes, there's a default that was sent back a month ago. I think that maybe they confused these cases.
That we sent back? I sent the default back?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that could be the end for them. So you might want to think financially where you're going to be.
I understand.
So it's 15.
All right. All right, thank you.
Yep. 4 disorderly premises.
No, you guys were right.
Next items 1117, 1118. MG 54 Catering Hall Court.
Good afternoon. Bart Mail of counsel to Victor Molina. I apologize he could not be here this afternoon. He has another case in the Bronx. He's on trial. I've been asked to request an adjournment on his behalf. He has his client out of the country, and he's asking for the next full board date, either July 17th or the 31st.
Why?
July?
And why? This is a CNC. It's an offer and compromise. Why would he need to be here for this? We either take it or we don't. And if we don't, he gets to counter. He doesn't need to be here.
All I've been asked is to request an adjournment.
And I'm asking you why.
The only reason I have is that Victor Molina has a trial in another court in the Bronx. He could not be here either.
Well, we're not adjourning this.
Ready to vote?
Yes.
Cancel and bond.
It's an offer of cancel and bond. I'll take cancel and bond as well. We're accepting his offer.
Cancel and bond. Yeah, accept that offer.
Next item 1067.
Thank you.
Soho Hummus LLC.
The attorneys are upstairs in a hearing. They signed in, but they're still upstairs.
Who is it?
Helbron and Levy.
So he's also here on the other item I have.
All right. Well, we'll wait. We're not going to wait that long. You can tell them we'll wait. You can tell them we'll wait till the end of our cases, but that's it.
All right.
I'll head up and. Oh, you can. All right.
Well, I have nothing else signed in, so we'll go ahead and do everything else.
So what number? Where do we put it? So just save that one for
Okay, now
last.
there's two of them. There's 1067, and then there's 1098.
All right. So pull those out. They'll go last. Maybe. Oh, you got a paper cut, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
That's why we got to go on computers. Oh, yeah. Now you know how I feel. You know, for the first year I carried. And then I saw he's driving. I said, "Put these in the suitcase."
I wish there's someone else coming.
It was great when Adam came back. I gotta get a bigger briefcase. 1035, 1036.
Sustain 1 through 7. Sustain 1 through 10.
I'm at 20,000.
This is a lot for a place that's been open less than a year. I'll give him 20. All right. What is this place supposed to be, Jackie? Do you know?
20,000.
You get that before?
Yes.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Bar Tavern,
Okay. Well, I'll take 20. 20.
1037.
500.
500.
It's 500, yep.
1039 is being held over. Rest of the licensee.
What's the
Yeah.
date? What's that?
612.
612.
1041.
Dismiss one.
That.
This should really be sustained. The facts are proven. The ALJ basically proved
Well, that's what I wrote. I'm like, do we have to present evidence of a denial?
No, the penalty phase is up to you. It's not. It shouldn't be up to the ALJ. It's not up to the prosecutor to present that.
I'm asking, what did the SLA do wrong here? No.
Well, I mean, I think that this would be something that we would deny on, but there's no evidence of it. You're saying we don't have to present evidence of a denial, of another denial of a license.
We don't have to present a licensing examiner to testify that if they had known about this violation, that they wouldn't have renewed the license or denied an application for it.
the examiner would make that call.
No, it would be us that would make that call.
It's your call. It's your jurisdiction, not the ALJ.
All right. So I'll let them go. Go ahead. Say again.
If that's the only charge, was a pack of cigarettes to a minor, will I prevent a renewal? Then from renewing? Probably not.
We don't have to reach that question. We're only reaching the question of what is the penalty for the violation.
No, I'm not saying it.
All right. Just go. Go ahead, Commissioner Fain. We can sustain it or
If you,
all right.
if you're going to sustain it, I think you have to notice to the.
I get that.
Yeah, I had dismiss.
It's dismissed.
So the gentleman's here in New York.
Who are you here for?
He's here for those two we held.
Oh.
All right, so 1067, 1068, Solo Hummus LLC.
Good afternoon. Lee Jacobs for the licensee, Helbron and Levy, 110 Williams Street. We have submitted a CNC for the board's consideration for this matter.
I'll accept.
7,500 accept.
1098, Mr. Fonz LLC.
Same appearance. For this one, we have submitted a CNC, but we're asking the board in its discretion to impose a lower fine that was agreed to with counsel's office. There are two reasons for this request. The first is that this, other than a one prior disciplinary history with this licensee, there is no other issue than this one sound violation that is before the board. And I've submitted with the CNC documentation evidence of an invoice and estimates, of work that has been done to soundproof the neighborhood, the premises. And in conjunction to this, my second argument is that the reason why the CNC was put before the board at $7,500 was the attorney that we were working with on this matter, Mariam Sardar, failed to timely get us the information so we could timely get an offer to the board before the hearing was called, I believe 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I had to have a last-minute conversation with the acting GC about this matter to ask that the CNC be put forth before the board. So while we consent to the $7,500 offer that we agreed to with the counsel's office, we asked the board in its discretion to impose a lower fine.
Commissioner Fain?
I'll go with 5,000.
I was thinking 5,000 as well.
5,000.
5,000.
Thank you very much.
Back to
And thank you for your patience as well, for running up and down in the building.
Back to the other items, 1043.
Sustain 1, sustain 2.
Is that sort of the same charge? Is this the same?
No, I think the minor sold to a minor.
You have to have someone, an adult supervisor.
$6,500.
6,500.
1044.
143, 65.
Right. 1044.
This is council, right?
Yep. Cancel and bond.
Was that Commissioner Ford?
Yes.
All right. 1048.
I'm at 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
1049, 1123, 1124, 1125.
I'll accept.
Ford?
I'll accept, yeah.
Accept.
1050.
6,000 accept.
Accept.
6,000, accept.
1051.
I'm at 10,000.
10,000.
10,000.
1054.
6,500 accept.
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 1055.
55,000 accept.
5,500.
Yes, sorry, 700.
Accept.
5,500, accept.
1056.
1,500 accept.
Accept.
1,500, accept.
1057.
1058.
This is the second and third, right? 1057 and
Right.
1058.
Mm-hmm.
So 6,000 plus.
So they're different days. So for 1057 will be 6,000.
Correct.
For 1058 will be 10,000.
Correct. Correct.
Write it down. 1059.
So this is a mess. Sustain 1, 2, and 3, dismiss 4, sustain 5, dismiss 6, sustain 7, and 8.
And this is
In the decision,
Doesn't say what the offensive exhibit is. That's true.
well, then in the decision, the ALJ never sustained charges 1, 3, or 5 in writing. So, I don't know whether we should I send this back?
we just missed it. We
It's just they went from 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, send this back to the ALJ.
And this is just issued.
And there needs to be a decision written on 1, 3, and 5. And then Mike Jones needs to review it.
So just go with
So we get rid of this? Do we get rid of this?
Yeah, it'll come back to the pressure to deal with that, yes. 1060.
Sustain 1 and 2, dismiss 3 and 4.
and then 5,000.
5,000.
5,000.
1061.
Sustain 1, oh, I'm sorry, dismiss 1, sustain 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4 and 5, dismiss 6, sustain 7 and 8, dismiss 9.
And then I'm at 7,500.
7,500.
Is anything pending on this now in the past year or so?
1061?
Yes.
Oh, police said they got better after.
You said 7,500?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious if anything else.
You got it? I don't. There's nothing pending.
Okay.
1062.
Sustain 1. I think you have to cancel them,
Yeah,
Bob.
I know. It was like revoked.
Yeah, cancel bond.
Well, we can revoke it.
Cancel bond.
Yeah.
1063.
5,000 accept.
Accept.
5,000, accept.
1064.
Accept.
Accept.
1064.
1064, no, there's nothing. It's a no.
Open bond.
I didn't have 6.
I was at cancel.
Oh, 1064. Yeah, this is the Parisi case.
He's busy today.
I know, I'm wondering.
It would normally be 3,500.
Okay.
So 3,500?
Yeah.
3,500.
1065.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel bond.
1066.
3,000
Accept.
Accept.
1069.
3,000 accept.
Accept.
3,000, accept.
1072.
8,000 accept.
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 1082.
$6,007.
Accept.
1082, you said?
1082, $6,000 offer. Good with that?
Accept, yes.
1083,
Accept.
Accept.
1084,
$6,007.
Accept.
Accept.
1086,
$7,507.
Accept.
Accept.
1095,
I'll grant the reconsideration, just collect the money.
Agreed.
Accept.
1096,
Grant the reconsideration to collect the money.
Yes, agreed.
To accept, yes.
1097,
Cancel them?
I'm gonna go. I'm sorry. I hope nobody has to try this, but this place became a sex club, a strip club / sex club. This has to be revoked and bond, name, stop, location, stop.
that's what counteroffer is?
Yeah.
Is the maximum penalty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, this is.
No, just,
If there's any more egregious violation of the ABC law, somebody show it to me.
So they're expired.
Traveling
If you
strip club?
receive any new applications before they accept the offer, then a new application will go.
Yes.
So what, you cancel bond?
No, revoke, bond, name, stop, location, stop.
Okay.
I'd like to do a 2-year prescription, but Chris Riano talked me out of this. This turned into a brothel.
1100,
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't show up, but I vote to approve with the stipulations from community board 2.
Do you want them to show up? We can put it over. Or are you going to approve it?
Like 8 times. They don't know what they're doing.
So
it's a Chinese restaurant, so.
you're approving.
Yes, I'm approving.
All right, I'll approve with the community board stipulations as well.
Approve the community board steps.
1107,
2,507.
Accept.
1107, accept.
1108. So the one you just did the counteroffer of revocation,
Same here. This is also the same thing,
Yeah,
right?
it's the same licensee, same principle. You'll go with that?
Yeah.
Death penalty, counteroffer?
Yes.
What is it? I'm sorry. For 11.
Revoke, bond, name, stop, location, stop. 1108.
Okay.
1109, 10, 11, 12.
Accept.
Accept.
1113,
Why did it take $600?
Well, the bottom two those are all maxed out at what? 250.
no, $100
So 2 and 3 is $100 max,
No history of 11 years.
and then the other one's only $500 max, right? Failure to display license.
The other one's 10,000.
Oh, it is. All right, 600. Oh, it's a
10,000 for license.
Hey, we're tough.
You're tough.
1114, 1115.
withdraw one at council's request.
3,500 accept.
Accept.
3,507.
1116,
I'll give a letter of warning.
Letter of
Letter of warning.
1121,
This is a default.
I would like revoke, but I'll cancel.
Yeah, it was a cancel.
All right, cancel.
Cancel bond.
1127's been held over to 612. I don't have any other items. Chairman, you have anything else?
Just to say thank you to Jackie. How many board meetings do you think you've done?
The other one is canceled, but it was since November of 2009.
So 8 years. We probably do 2 a month. Wow. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're free.
And we are